wonder, 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 wonder.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are live.
All right. All right. Hold on. All right, I think we're good. All right. Hold on, let me turn down the music. Or just pause it. Okay. All right, so today's stream will be a little longer since it's Friday. Well, probably not a little, but a longer stream today. It's Friday. I'll react to some react to some videos, of course, and I don't have like a lot of clips on Twitter to react to, unfortunately. It's just, man, there's just hasn't been a lot of interesting videos to react, or not videos, but clips to react to on Twitter lately. I don't know. It just, Twitter's just be slacking the past couple of days. Or maybe it's just me. But anyways, let's react to these YouTube videos. All right, man. You already know we have to start with MBG's videos.
And here's the only thing I'm...
All right. We need to talk about the Big 12 and the ACC. Let's check it out.
apologizing for. If you don't listen to a single part of this video, please listen to this part. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, hope all of you had a great Friday. Hope all of you had a great week. If not, hope this video can make it a little bit better. And man, oh man, it's time to do something that needs to be done. If you have no idea what I'm talking about, what I'm referring to, I got to apologize to the Big 12. I got to backtrack on a recent statement and some things I said on the channel about roughly 2 weeks ago. I already know there's a bunch of you sitting there going, Matt, what in the world did you do? What do you got to apologize about? I'm going to get straight into it. So, what was it? Oh, yeah, it wasn't the Week 9. I believe it was the Week 10 recap. On Sunday, I stated that the Big 12 is actually worse than the ACC. And we all know the ACC, they're garbage. They stink. I can't exactly remember what compelled me to make such a blasphemous statement like that, because looking back on it, even myself, I'm going, Matt, you big dummy, what are you talking about? Why would you say that? But it is what it is, and you guys, hey, shout out to y'all. Hold on, I got to set down my morning coffee. Film this in the morning. Clap it up to you guys. Y'all lit me on fire, and I greatly appreciate that because you hold me accountable, and I do the same for y'all. That's what makes this channel great. When I'm right, I get to sit up here and go, haha, you guys are nerds, you're big dummies, yada, 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 you need to listen to me. However, on the flip side, it's vice versa. When I'm wrong, you guys do what I do, but back to me. It's great. I enjoy it. It makes for a great community outside of some of the comments here and there, and I'm not going to get into all of that. But let's lock in and let's get down to business, and let me explain to you why I was thinking. I was like, you know what? No, I think the ACC is slightly better than the Big 12. You got to throw this out there. At the time of that statement, Louisville and Virginia were cooking. They were in the top 20. You also had Miami, who's in the top 20, and Georgia Tech was undefeated. Pittsburgh's now ranked, so that's where it stands right now currently. And you know what? You know, it's not as bad as a statement. I think if some of y'all were trying to make it out the same. You got Miami, Georgia Tech, Louisville, they're still in it. You got Virginia and Pitt. That's 5 ACC teams, as bad as that conference is, inside the top 25. But here's where your argument for the ACC, well, it pretty much ends. The highest ranked team they have is Miami. And Miami, they're not too great currently. And if it wasn't for the auto bids, which is a completely different conversation for a different day, the ACC currently wouldn't even be making the 12-team playoff, which is insane for a Power 4 conference. But when you glance over at the Big 12, look at who they got. They got the Red Raiders. They're ranked ahead of Ole Miss. You got the BYU.
Texas Tech, BYU, Cincinnati, Utah.
BYU is at 12, Utah at 13. The Big 12 has 3 teams ranked ahead of the first, or a better way of saying it is the highest ranked team in the ACC. On paper, the ACC, yes, has 5 ranked teams, and the Big 12, going back over to them, they only have 4. But I think it was an egregious statement to say. The ACC, without a shadow of a doubt in my mind and just full out confidently, is better than the Big 12. Although the Big 12 is pretty bad this year, if you could ask me. I mean, I didn't think they were going to be great heading into the season, but they're actually worse than what I thought they're going to be. The ACC is just as bad. But here's why the Big 12, they stick out like a sore thumb to me. You think about Baylor, who is a mid-tier team in their conference. They're 3-3 in conference play. Well, they lost to Auburn. Auburn's one of the worst teams in the SEC. And then you look at Arizona State, who is 4-2 in conference play. They also lost to one of the worst teams in the SEC.
Yeah, and they lost to Mississippi State. And Mississippi State is literally one of the worst teams in the SEC right now. Embarrassing loss.
And I think about that because outside of your heavy hitters like the BYU's, Utah, Tech, and heck, if you want to throw Cincinnati in there since they're 5-1, that's okay. I mean, they're 7-2 overall, but I don't think Cincinnati's that great of a team. They haven't really played anybody. Hey, they lost to Nebraska. I just don't see what other people, and when I say other people, I guess I'm talking about Big 12 fans, see in the Big 12. And please, I'm being dead serious. I'm being as genuine as possible. Could you fill me in the comment section? Enlighten me. Why do y'all think the Big 12 is just so much better than the ACC? I don't know. Okay, I'll put it to you like this. Even with me backpedaling a little bit, saying, you know what, it's not as black and white as I tried to make it out to seem. The ACC is not head and shoulders ahead of the Big 12. I also don't think it's the other way around because y'all are trying to make it out to seem as if the Big 12 is head and shoulders above the ACC, but that's not the case. I think it comes down to this. What do you value more? A team having 3 to 4 outstanding teams or really good teams, whatever category you want to throw them in? Case in example, Big 12, they got that. They got Texas Tech, BYU, Utah, all inside the top 15. And after that, there's a huge fall off. Or do you value a team that has, maybe one great team and a bunch of fringe top 25 teams? That's what the ACC has. I think that's where the big discrepancy comes into play because everybody feels about it or they go about it differently. If you're more so of, hey, we want to see heavy hitters, we want to see playoff contenders, then yes, absolutely, the Big 12 is better than the ACC. But it's the other way around. The ACC's got the advantage because there's more overall better teams in that conference if you got to ask me. For example, let me pull up the ACC standings. Hold on. Okay, so Clemson is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Clemson is currently ranked in 10th place in the ACC. I know Clemson's having a terrible season, but Clemson would have a way better record if you could ask me if they were in the Big 12. And I think the same can be said for Florida State. I truly believe that. NC State, not that bad of a team. We've seen it. They can beat a legit top 15 team on any given night. I'm telling you, the more I look at these standings, the more I'm actually believing my original statement wasn't as bad as y'all are making out to seem because I got so much backlash for that. Not even the day I said it or the day after, but even till this day. And that was nearly 2 weeks ago. And I go, well, dang, was it that bad of a claim? Was it that bad of a statement? I gotta look into this a little bit. And here's the only thing I'm apologizing for. If you don't listen to a single other part of this video, please listen to this part. I'm apologizing because the way I said it in the video and the way it came off, it was as if I was trying to just belittle the Big 12 and act like they weren't even in the same planet and atmosphere as the ACC, and that's just not the case. Because I'll let this be known right now. The Big 12 sucks and the ACC sucks. They both suck. Neither of those conferences are quote-unquote good by any stretch of the imagination. Just no way. But when you're going conference for conference, I think the ACC is deeper than the Big 12. Let me go back over to the Big 12 and show you what I was talking about. Hold on, give me a second. Takes me a minute to go back and forth. All right, look, here's what I'm talking about. The bottom in the middle of the Big 12 is just so bad. Oklahoma State.
Oh, man.
Don't even get me started. Colorado
1-6. Ooh.
UCF, West Virginia, Kansas. You see what I'm talking about? Terrible, terrible, terrible. K-State. And that's where things slightly get better because you got your K-States, Baylor's, TCU's, Arizona's, and Arizona States of the world. And after that, I'd say there's a big gap from those teams I just listed off compared to Utah, Houston, Cincinnati. Oh, yeah, Houston's another good team. How's Houston not ranked? Huh. I don't even know. Well, anyways, Houston's a pretty solid team, fringe top 25 team. Then you got Cincinnati, BYU, and Tech. Here's what I would say, and this is the last thing I'm going to say when we're going to end out the video. The top 5 teams in the Big 12, if they were to play the top 5 ACC teams, they'd probably go 5-0, 4-1, something along those lines. But if you were to take the bottom half of the Big 12 and have them go up against the bottom half of the ACC, I think the ACC would win 80% of those games. It is an intriguing argument and debate, though. I do want to touch on this a little bit because we had so many people talking about it even to this day. I figured I'd address it. Many more things I could say. Let me know your thoughts down below. But
all right, in conclusion, both conferences are trash. Yeah, they're trash. Basically, in conclusion. All right, man, that was a bad reaction. I should have said more, but I didn't have much to say. My bad. Okay. I don't know if I should watch this because nothing much will happen. The weigh-ins, like, I think there's just no point in watching that. All right. Let's watch this, man. Okay, I've watched a couple of videos about this before, but this video is pretty interesting. You know, when Slacken makes a good when Slacken makes a video about this this situation. Blackboy Max's girlfriend is slowly, dude. Why I keep stuttering, man? I wasn't stuttering like this yesterday. Blackboy Max's girlfriend is slowly destroying his reputation. Let's check it out.
You got a girl?
Yeah.
Nah, Max got a girl, bro. You moving different, bro. That's not 5-star behavior, man.
It is,
that's
though.
it's
Sometimes
not
you gotta
5-star,
find that
man.
one, bro.
Passing around the same girl like it's a hot potato has unfortunately become an epidemic in the streaming world. And it's gotten to the point where it's even happening to streamers that you might least expect. So as many of you already know, over the past 2 years, I have talked extensively about these streamers getting used by these 304s. And I don't know about you guys, but personally, never once did I ever think I would be making one of these videos about Blackboy Max. To me, Max always seemed like one of those guys that really had his head on straight when it came to these street sweepers. Sure, he would mess around with them, and he definitely had them on stream from time to time, but it was never his main focus when it came to content, and never once did I ever think he would actually cuff up one of these professional meat munchers. But a lot of the time when people
He
move
said
to
meat
LA,
munchers. never heard about that before. I mean, I never heard of that before. Meat muncher.
it always just seems like their morals completely fly out of the window. And it sure does seem like we're watching this happen in real time to Blackboy Max.
Yo, imagine you bring a girl on stream, niggas just start spamming names in the chat. That shit would break my heart. Was that what was happening or no? Yeah, figured.
So all of this started about 2 weeks ago when Max would actually drop a vlog on his channel introducing his girl to the entire world.
Cat, this is Grace.
Okay, I'm a little stressed out.
Damn, why you being Hollywood like?
No,
y'all
I'm just
weird.
stressed, y'all.
Take us through like.
What, the fit? Okay.
And when this originally happened, I asked myself, why the fuck would Max do this? Not only because of how vocal he was to Lacey about keeping his relationship with Darla off camera, but just in general as a streamer. Unless you plan on farming cuck content like Lacey did for almost 2 years, there is absolutely zero benefit to showing your girl to the world as a streamer, unless of course you want everybody to get all up in your business and tell you literally everything your girl was doing.
Yep, and while all the commentary channels like this one just makes videos about your girlfriend, man. Like, dude. Yeah, making your, putting your girlfriend on camera it's not the smartest thing in the world. But at the end of the day, that he's Blackboy Max, he's a grown man. He can do whatever he wants. But I'm just saying, like, it's not the smartest thing to do. Like, me personally, if I was him, I wouldn't do that at all. If the relationship is that serious, I wouldn't do it. But if it was like for content like the parasocial or whatever it's called, like content, just just doing IRL streams, you know, going on dates and stuff like that, then all right, sure, you know, it gets the views, you make money, sure. But if the relationship is that serious, it's best to keep it private.
Before you met her, which of course is exactly what would happen to Blackboy Max almost immediately, as people started to realize his girl, whose name is Grace, has been riding around on the Ferris wheel of streamers and YouTubers for years, and Max is just her most recent one. So from my understanding, there was a period in time where Grace actually considered herself a content creator as well, and actually had her own YouTube channel sitting at over 100,000 subscribers. Now, although the channel is still there, every single piece of content she ever uploaded to that channel has been completely wiped clean. So obviously she feels guilty about the type of content she was making before meeting Blackboy Max. And because all that content is taken off her channel, I can't exactly tell you who she started making content with first and how that started. But it seems there was a period of time between 2020 and 2022 where she was making content with multiple different YouTubers, and they were all creating super cringe DDG style content with her. And some of these names you might notice, like Dom TV and even Deshae Frost. And they were creating straight bangers with her. Shit like, I took Viagra tablets on my crush to see how
Took Viagra tablets. And RPP too, by the way.
freaky she will get, as well as my crush gets mad after I told her I wanted to date her best friend. Now, I had never heard of Dom TV until making this video, so I don't know exactly what was going on around the time that they were creating content together, but it sure does seem to me, just by taking a peek at some of these videos, that there was something going on between Dom and Grace behind the scenes of the videos.
I'm just trying to say, like, hey, you're not feeling me the same energy, you feel me, when we're talking or something, like, kind of like move on type shit. So, like,
whoa,
can you let her know, like, what's up?
There was even a point in one of the videos they were in together where Dom would just flat out call Grace a freak, and she didn't really seem to deny it.
Bro, anybody, I don't really give a fuck, bro. Like, you're free, bro. I'm trying to go show.
Oh, bro, hold on.
But
She was more so surprised at the honesty of Dom rather than mad about what he said. Now, I don't know how exactly he would know how much of a freak Grace is, but I'm sure you guys could come to your own conclusion on how that may have happened. Now, obviously, it doesn't make you a 304 to date and make content with just one YouTuber. But of course, if that was the extent of the situation, I wouldn't be making a video on it right now. And at some point, Grace would stop making content with Dom, but she would continue to make content with and leech off of other creators and streamers. One of those creators being Deshae Frost. Funny enough, it seems like every single video Deshae ever made with Grace has been taken off of YouTube. And considering Deshae Frost and Blackboy Max are friends, I think we know exactly why that happened. The one video I was able to find that is still up on YouTube is titled "Acting Emo on My Date with a Baddie." So you can obviously see what kind of content she was making with Deshae. I don't know about you guys, but personally, I would not want to cuff up a girl that has this kind of digital footprint, especially if you're someone who's in a good position like Blackboy Max. 22 years old, multi-millionaire, you've got all the time in the world to meet a girl that wasn't just fucking on your
multi-millionaire at 22 years old. I mean, I know it's happened a little nowadays, it's happened a little more often, but dude, that's still insane to say. A millionaire at 22. Multi-millionaire.
your homies a few years ago and settle down with her. The coochie must be fucking bombastic, because I am just not understanding the situation. The math is in fact not adding up. There would even be a point where Grace and Deshae would kiss on stream.
You have to come here. You're the one that wants to fucking kiss, bro.
come here.
Okay. That's different.
No, I'm
That's
saying.
crazy.
Now I get it, it's just a kiss. I already know I'm gonna get a comment.
Oh, slacking. It's just a kiss. You fucking virgin loser.
But my point stands. I just don't see any benefit in dating a girl that has this much of a digital footprint. Now, if you're a fucking fat, ugly loser, and that's the only girl you can get, then fuck it, bro.
Yeah.
Do what
Yep. If you're fat and chopped, you gotta take what you can get.
you gotta do. Now, personally, I would recommend you try not being a fat, ugly loser, but if that's too hard for you, then you go for it, bro. You settle for that street sweeper. But this is not the case that we're looking at. Blackboy Max isn't a fat, ugly loser, and yet he's still picking the girl that has a crazy digital footprint to not only be his girlfriend, but be the one that he shows off to the internet. And I'm saying all of this, and I haven't even shown you guys the other people she was making content with. There was a point where she made at least one video with Almighty J, but of course, that video just so happens to be taken down off of YouTube. Thankfully, I was able to find a clipped portion of a Deshae Frost livestream with Grace where they would react to the video with Almighty J. And believe it or not, she would kiss Almighty J in this video as well.
Okay, you're so annoying.
And she just sitting there with Deshae. Oh man. Kiss short Deshae and why Almighty J.
Bro, first of all, video idea was his idea. Second of all,
His idea.
You would actually have to be stupid as fuck to think that this girl isn't getting her back blown out by at least a handful of these guys that she's kissing on video. She even admitted during the prank with Dom that she has multiple options.
you is not the only one I could get. You feel me? Like, you are not my only option. Don't play me.
Only options, man. She got a roster.
Like, I don't have, like,
I know that, like, you got hella options. I know your body, bro. You know what I'm saying? I know your body. I know you got hella options, you feel me?
And I wouldn't be surprised whatsoever if Almighty J was one of those options. Funny enough, after Deshae Frost would react to the clip of her kissing Almighty J, he would have her leave the room so he can call Almighty J, and he would tell Deshae Frost to sign her to the gang.
Alright, that's all I need to know.
She gang, bro. She gang.
Fuck. Not part of my gang no more.
I ain't gonna lie, we might as well just sign her to the gang.
You trying to sign her?
Sign her to the gang.
Yeah, like we all need to sign her.
Damn.
Like, she gang. She really gang, bro. I ain't gonna lie.
Now, if you don't know what that means, it basically just means it's cooked, bro. It's over with. Almighty J is trying to say he fucked without actually saying he fucked. And the craziest part about all of this is while she was making content with Deshae, kissing him on livestream, kissing Almighty J on livestream, making content with Dom TV, she was also making very similar content very consistently with another YouTuber. P2 is the name. Now, unfortunately,
Rest in peace, P2.
P2 did pass away about 8 months ago, so I don't want to make any crazy claims about his relationship with Grace because I'm unable to 100% confirm any of it, and I just don't like talking about people that are no longer here. But like I said, he was making content with Grace very consistently while she was making content with all of these other guys, and this content was very similar to the content she was making with Dom. Shit like, my best friend finally admits she has feelings for me, P2 x Grace couple, as well as I drank and admitted I've been loving my best friend for years, Grace. Now, obviously, these videos aren't real. These people are just acting in these videos, but you can't sit here and act like it's not a little bit weird just how many different guys she made this kind of content with. And it's not like they were separate either. It was all during the same time. I feel like this is no different than a girl that hangs out with only guys, as that was quite literally what she was doing. During her second to last ever video she made with P2, they would go around the mall and basically just see if people are able to flirt with Grace. That's like a shorter version of what was actually going on in this video. And during her first ever interaction in the video, someone would get her Instagram and he would say, I don't run it, my label does. And you can see very clearly, Grace was cheesing hard as fuck when he said that.
What's up, man?
What's my Instagram?
Hey, give me. I don't even.
Didn't you just see it?
Hey, bro, come on, bro. Nah, I'm not doing all that.
Hey, that's all you. That's all you.
I already knew about that. I don't run my shit, my label.
She was smiling hard, dude. She was cheesing hard, smiling.
My label. That's it. Yeah. Don't be unfollowing and all that.
Nah, I would never.
I'd say it's very obvious to anyone with a brain that Grace is a fucking groupie. And if it wasn't for the fact that Plaqueboy Max was Plaqueboy Max and had millions of followers and was signed to a record label, Grace would not like him. The craziest part about this is Max is fully aware of her past, as there was a clip that resurfaced of Max talking about her over a year ago, before he even signed his record deal, laughing about how many different dudes she's made content with.
Did Jay Cinco take your bitches?
Jason?
Jay Cinco.
You mean to my bitches?
No, I was just asking.
That's not my bitch. That's the same bitch.
Huh?
Nigga, say kissing on screen.
Oh, I saw that shit.
That's not my bitch.
Grace Henderson. Now wait, look though.
Yo, nah, she bad though. I ain't gonna cop.
The crazy thing about it is Max literally knew about all this. He knew it. He knew it.
I think she looked familiar somewhere. I think she know my nigga Taekwondo. I think she's been around a couple streams. No, I'm not trying to call. Shout out Grace. You feel me? I'm not trying to do you like that.
God damn.
But it's like, you know, it's just like, you feel me? P2. Yeah.
Oh, she around. So shit.
Yo, imagine you bring a girl on stream, niggas just start spamming names in the chat. That shit would break my heart. Was that what was happening or no? Yeah, figured. Yeah, damn. She on tour? Nah, I don't.
Crazy as fuck. I tried to tell you guys at the beginning of the video, after you live in LA for over a year, you lose all of your morals. If that's not a perfect example of that, I really don't know what is. And to make matters even worse, it's almost as if Plaqueboy Max either forgot about Grace or is just trying his absolute best to ignore the fact that his girl is a 304, because during one of their live streams together, Max would say this.
Yeah, he is. He was just pins. You don't understand his stream shit.
Nah, I don't. Nah, I don't.
She said, "No, I don't." But she's been in other streams and YouTube videos for years.
And she would have the fucking audacity to agree with him. What is actually going on? Did they clone Plaqueboy Max? This just doesn't seem like the same guy that I remember from a year ago. You know how there's certain girls that are known to date NBA players and all they do is date NBA players, and for whatever reason these NBA players keep dating her, and even though these relationships only usually last a few years.
Yeah, I mean, look, dude. I mean, I don't really keep up with it, honestly. I just see it on YouTube and X. I don't really keep up with that, but dude, some of these women just, it's been happening for years. Like, they would date like athletes, rappers, you know, they would get passed around, and now in 2025, now they're going after the streamers. Which is actually insane. You know, they notice that all the streamers they have clout, they have aura now, and they're millionaires, and now they're going after the streamers.
And these NBA players have all of the money in the world, could literally get any girl they want. For whatever reason, they choose to date girls that have already dated other NBA players in the past and are well known for taking their money. I kind of feel like,
yeah, I don't get that at all. Like, I don't get that. Maybe they don't, dude. It doesn't make any sense. Do they not just, you know, do a little research on the chick or not? Like, I don't get it at all. I don't understand.
this is the same situation we're starting to see in the streaming industry. There is certain girls like Darla Claire or Grace Henderson that only want to date streamers or YouTubers because they know not only do these people make a shit ton of money, but there will always be at least one sucker that is going to give in and date them and allow them to leech off of them for as long as they feel need, or until they find a new loser that is willing to do the same thing. And because of that, I know for a fact this won't be the last time I make a video like this, because these girls are playing the game and it's only gonna get worse.
Oh, you definitely will, dude. You definitely will make more videos about stuff like this. Yeah, you'll definitely make more videos for sure.
from here. And obviously, there is absolutely zero content creators that are 100% safe from these street sweepers. But that right there is where I think I'm going to end this video. If you were to take anything away from it, it would be simply love yourself. At 22 years old, you absolutely don't have to settle down with the first 3 or 4 that makes you feel loved. These hoes are in fact trifling. Live life a little bit, really focus on yourself, become the best version of yourself you can be, and then, only then, should you bring someone else into your life. But like I said, that right there is where I'm going to end this video. If you did enjoy the video, don't forget to drop a like on it and comment down in the comment section. Both of those things really help the video get pushed farther into the algorithm. If you are on mobile,
all right, the video's pretty much over. So yeah, yeah, it's pretty embarrassing for Black Boy Max. Man, just, yeah, I just hope that everything just works out, basically. Hold on a sec. I need to do something. Yeah, just give me a few minutes. I forgot to do this before I turned on the stream. I forgot to do it. Night. Hang on, give me a few more minutes. One more minute. Okay. All right. All right, all right, all right. All right, let's watch more streamer content. Or just streamer stuff.
No, the worst thing
All right, Clippers ruined streaming. Let's go.
thing I hate is you go on TikTok, it's a false caption that just did not happen, and everybody believes that.
Y'all gotta stop doing that. I'm gonna start taking on payroll, because then y'all my PR. Leave there. You ain't always gotta go for engagement and try to see how much impressions and watch time you can get, because you got me talking like it's crazy.
Y'all will see a clip from 2 years ago and let it get put with a different caption and just fall for it.
I will now be suing every single state Clipper.
Streaming culture as a whole has reached new heights that a lot of people probably didn't expect it to hit. A bunch of people are now changing their lives entirely off of just going on the internet and streaming for hours on end, to the point it's even evolved to not people just streaming for 8 hours, 10 hours, but streaming for entire months at a time, providing insane content. But it all begs the question, there's no way that anybody could actually sit here and watch a 10-hour stream straight, or watch a month-long stream straight, so it calls for people to clip these things. And it used to just be the streamer, especially when you're really small, but it called for more and more people to come in and start clipping these people's streams, because they were not only getting a bag off of it, but some people were getting incentivized by the streamers themselves. And at the end of the day, that seems like free engagement for them, until these clippers started going overboard, causing a huge issue, basically creating negative PR for a lot of these streamers. And the entire clipping culture as a whole, I feel like, is destroying streaming. And this entire video is inspired by @Omeezy's video on YouTube. I'll have it in the link in the description. So if you like any parts of my video, definitely go watch his. You'll love his too. But I don't want to yap too much, so I don't really dive into how this all started in the first place.
It's the clipping meta.
Right.
The clipping
So
meta
clipping changed
everything.
the game.
TikTok clipping changed everything. For the longest time, content on the internet, stealing someone's content, blatantly ripping content and reposting it. No, you can't do that.
We'd get.
Of course, but when it's an 8-hour streamer and you have 1,000 kids hustling and finessing and clipping little viral moments and slapping them all over TikTok and Twitter, these things go viral and it's directly marketing your stream.
It's part of the formula too now.
100%.
These kids are like even the fans who are getting engaged with the content or the streamer are realizing they can make real money working with these people or helping these people get these views. So it's changed it entirely. It's almost making the audience a part of the business in a sense.
As they stated in that clip, clipping is more of a recent thing that has come with streaming, because before all of that, if you were a YouTuber or any other type of content creator, you saw somebody directly re-uploading something you worked hard on, you'd probably be genuinely upset. When it comes to streaming, it just feels like something that's naturally happening all the time, and often just feels like a necessity and is genuinely encouraged. For people that are unaware of what clipping is, it's where you take small moments that happen in the stream, even these days a YouTube video, and upload them to TikTok with engaging captions. Most of the time, this helps promote that person's stream, and genuinely, for as much as these streamers are streaming for, and as long as they are going for, it's pretty hard for a normal person to tap in and watch all of the exciting moments. So having someone to clip anything that's going on allows people to still stay tapped in without actually having to watch these streams, which in theory sounds like one of the best things in the entire world, because that streamer is genuinely promoting their streams, and at the end of the day might have a new person come in and watch them purely because they saw some random clip on TikTok or Twitter. And for you as a person who's clipping these streams, you're actually gaining something out of it too, because they're apparently making a ton of bread doing it.
I get clipped every day. It's people that's making $20,000, $30,000 a month clipping. Just posting me on TikTok, they making tens and tens of thousands. I don't get
30,000 clipping? Bro, I know a that's making 30,000 a month just watching the stream and clipping it and making the thumbnail.
And he's paid out his clippers $20K this month. I think for sketch, we've...
I heard there's dudes who are like making like millions of dollars just from clipping. Just from clipping streams. So just watching the streams and then clip the best moments. It's ridiculous.
Paid out about 4K and brought in around, I think it's 17 million views so far.
Guess how much they're owed for the month. Without the people I have on payroll, a monthly payroll, they're owed $950K for 1 month.
Clipping as a whole has become such a competitive market. You can just see the amount of money that is possible from making this. It's gonna cause a lot more people to want to buy in and actually start clipping for people. And I highly doubt like Neon is making $1 million a month while his clippers actually are. So it begs the question, if you're being more incentivized to actually clip these things and gain more than the streamers, why wouldn't you? A bunch of people are starting to do it to the point where it's getting so competitive that people on other platforms are trying to poach other people's clippers. Like you can see clips of Aiden Ross talking about how he wants to help bring more clippers onto Kick's side by taking all the ones that clip for big Twitch streamers.
And I said to Eddie, I said, listen, let's steal the clippers from Twitch. He's like, Aiden, just get me a budget, get me a number. I want all the clippers. Anyone who's clipping for everyone on Twitch, tell them we'll pay them double. So, with that being said, my clippers are about to eat. If you clip streamers on Kick, you're gonna get paid double pretty much. I spoke with Eddie about it. Guys, my clippers this last month, I mean, what? They're making like over $100,000.
As you can tell from a lot of these creators, they genuinely are excited to have people being clipping for them. Literally going out of their way to steal other people's clippers just so that they can have those viral moments for themselves. And honestly, it causes you to wonder how engineered all of these things are. Because there are some people who are on Twitch or even on other platforms that stream who are basically owing their entire careers to clipping and genuinely don't know where they would be if they didn't have all of this stuff going on.
Blow-ups now don't happen from platform growth. They can, but it's really from clips growth, right? You guys have to understand. I'll give you an example. Look at somebody like myself, Speed and Neon. We all really heavily blew up off of clips, off of shorts, clips, and then it funnels straight to the YouTube or their other platforms.
Nowadays, I don't really get mad clippers make money from me. It helps me if it helps you. You want to get out your house and start clipping people. Do your thing, man.
Last person I would like to shout out are the Clippers. Oh. The Clippers are the reason why everyone's blowing up. The Clippers are the reason we all have followers. If we did not have clips of anything, most likely we wouldn't have be as big like this.
In the beginning, it seems like a great transactional relationship. As a clipper, you get to make money off these streamers. You get to benefit off doing whatever you want and basically promoting their streams in any way you see fit. And as the streamers, they saw the clippers as something that's great for their streams. If they're having a hype moment, if they're having anything going on, then these clippers are definitely going to have people come and want to watch their streams or even maybe re-upload YouTube videos at the end of the day. The issue with all of that is these clippers hold all of the power. At the end of the day, it's not these streamers themselves that are telling these clippers what to say and what to do. It's the clippers. And since the clippers don't only get paid by some programs that might be in, but mainly only TikTok or those short form platforms that they're on, they're going to do whatever they can to get the most amount of views. And most of the time, that comes with them outright just lying and finding maybe even old clips from the past to frame them as new ones with crazy captions that don't even correlate with what's being said.
Are y'all seeing that Twitter page spread false information about rumors? I like random rumors, like crazy.
Nike ends partnership with Kai Cenat after bathroom incident. 16-year-old. That is an absurd thing to lie about for clicks and views.
Rumors about Kai Cenat is groomed.
Several people have reported rashes and skin irritation after using Kai Cenat's toned skincare products. Lying about his products too.
Minors saying Coria's Kitchen is being a weirdo. Yesterday he called out Dante to try to call him a groomer and a P word, which wasn't true. Now he's calling out Agent. He's trying to say Agent was touching little ones in R word, which is crazy.
That's a ridiculous way. That's disgusting, and obviously crazy thing to lie about. That's, you could sue them for defamation right there. That's defamation.
The clips he's posting make no sense. Like, dead make no sense. He's just putting the craziest captions and fake screenshots.
One of these Kick pages put out this bogus story.
Twitch streamer, I'm Dante Faze's alleged grooming claims cheating on his wife with a 16-year-old victim speaks out. What? That's
about I'm Dante trying to say that he groomed a right, and the story is completely false. This page didn't even do a good job. This is like, you could tell from a mile away this is fake. This girl has nothing to do with Dante. She was actually talking about 9 Vicious. Why would you even put this tweet out? And the crazy thing is, he's going to keep it up. These Kick pages are cancerous, bro. They don't even care about reporting on actual real stories. They just care about getting views at all costs.
These clip pages at the end of the day are going to get paid regardless if the streamer succeeds or doesn't.
Yeah, but like, for real though, dude, that is disgusting thing to lie about. It really is. But also, I seen like one, they, you know, like one post on X where they posted a clip of Duke Dennis, right? And on the title, it said something about his friend Davo. Yeah, his friend Davo, and it said, oh, Davo's he's going you know, he's I don't know if I could say this on Twitch or YouTube, but he's transitioning to a girl. Yeah, so he's becoming an X-Man. And in the clip, Duke was not talking about that at all. But he was actually talking about the sketch situation. It was an old clip about the sketch situation, and someone put that on the title of the video that Duke's talking about his friend Davo becoming an X-Man. Bro, like these accounts are just ridiculous.
What makes sense for them while they are just trying to put out the craziest clips possible. These kick champs, these degen clips, these kick lives, they are all trying their hardest to just farm engagement and get as many views as possible, regardless of what that actually does to the streamer. Because at the end of the day, if the streamer just stops streaming or ends up doing something else, they can just do this for another streamer. And it's people like this who are pushing these types of narratives in the craziest ways and genuinely don't even care at the end of the day. Most of the time are backed in some way by some gambling website, and that's why you always see the stakes, the rain bets, or whatever type of gambling logo at the bottom of all of these clips. They are trying their best to farm engagement because at the end of the day, they are going to get paid regardless. And
perform it and then promoting a gambling brand as well. Like, so degenerate.
Paid they definitely are, because when you hear about how much KickCham makes in a month doing this degenerate stuff, it genuinely makes you question how this is even possible.
What's a good month of X? What's like a good month of X? Like, how much you made in your best month?
The most I made was like 20K.
Yeah, GG's. Ain't like we. Oh, I'm. Wait,
bands on
Aiden, we're done, bro. Like 30 niggas, 30 niggas about to go make Twitter accounts now, my nigga. They about to go chase the method, my nigga. It's GG's, bro.
And Gotham was definitely right, as more and more of these Twitter accounts kept popping up, posting blatant hate and blatant lies, one after another. And it truly doesn't make any real sense because they don't seem to care or even think about how this might affect the streamer. At the end of the day, we're only incentivized to get views and clicks, so that's what they're doing. You can look at any of these clips by any of these people and you'll instantly understand how fake and how dumb a lot of these things are. Phantom's low-key devastated, just got booted from AMP and he's on complete radio silence, ain't talking to nobody right now. Agent comes out defending Phantom after Kai Cenat removed him from AMP, says he will step away from AMP, starting a new content house with Phantom in New York. Like, Kai Cenat reacts to everybody except his friends dropping fire albums like Flatboy Max and DDG, but you rather react to artists who don't even care about you? What's the deal? And then at the end of the day, all of these clips that they actually show are out of context moments that don't even show the full story of everything that went on.
I'm gonna be honest, I was tuning into DDG shit. I listened to 4 songs, and while I was on the plane, I just switched the lane. I heard Max's album already. Black boy, yeah, that's me. I fuck with it, y'all. I really do. You wanna know?
These are just obvious hate forms, and even these clips right here are from when Kai actually took a hiatus from streaming, and those albums came out when he wasn't doing anything on camera at any point in time, so he wouldn't even be able to react to them if he wanted to. And those clippers know that, and just know that hate is going to get them more views, hate is going to fuel their pockets, and at the end of the day, they are doing it on purpose, trying their best to post the most degenerate, filth type content in the entire world in order to just get their likes, clicks, and views up, and genuinely don't care, and don't make up any excuse for why they want to post hate about somebody like KickChamp, who's pretty notable when it comes to this clipping stuff, who talks about wanting to post hate about Kai because he's apparently racist.
I post a lot of positivity.
No, you don't, bro. No, you don't. Let me move my camera, bro.
I only post Kai hate because Kai is like, he's racist.
What?
I was Kai
racist.
racist.
Where do you get that from, bro?
Because he only accepts black people into AMP. He denied you because you're white.
What? That's the reason why you hate Kai? Because I'm not an AMP?
Yeah, it's just like, it's multiple things. He's just...
Now, I obviously shouldn't have to tell you that that's not true, and Kai isn't even the one that could probably control who gets into AMP or not. He was a member that was added and isn't even a founder, so this is all just a piece of BS just so that he can have an excuse for why he's posting hate on Kai Cenat or even any other streamer. And then the reality of it is, it's mainly because of these gambling websites. At the end of the day, as you saw from most of those clips or even all of those like Twitter accounts I showed you, all of them have some sort of gambling logo at the bottom of it, and those are incentives to basically push that website for any clip that goes out there, making it seem like anybody who has that logo under its stake, rainbet, whatever random casino is the ones that's actually endorsing these clips. Those gambling websites, along with the website that they're actually posting the clips on, are the ones that are paying them. So they're trying their best to push out all of these clips of negativity in order to gain more and more monetization. And these streamers are very much aware of this as well.
It is insane. In 2025, everybody will get clickbaited. Like I find it so, it is beyond crazy to me. All you guys, and I'm talking about like you niggas will see a clip from the London UK house. Y'all niggas will see a clip. Y'all will see blonde hair men. Y'all see a clip from So Old and let it get put with a different caption and just fall for it. Y'all are letting people on Twitter. Y'all are letting people on Twitter who are fiending for their $3 from Elon Musk run and make up things.
Because I'll see stake logos above my head. I don't know if you know this, when there's a stake logo or a rainbet logo above your head, they get paid per impression or per 1,000 viewers or per 10,000 viewers. Yo, if you get 1 million views on this TikTok and you have a stake logo, we'll give you $500. That's basically how it works. Not true? I mean, it's something along those lines.
In the beginning, clipping seemed like one of the best things that ever happened to streaming, but nowadays it seems like one of the worst because clippers are the ones that control all the narrative, and at the end of the day, based on what program—
Alright, by the way, if you see me looking up, I am looking at I have the Clemson and Louisville game on my TV, by the way. You know, just doing a little bit of hate watching.
are on TikTok, Twitter, who they might be signed to, if it's a casino or not. Their incentive at the end of the day is just to get views. At the cost of these streamers' PR, at the cost of any relationships they may have, they don't really care. And you can see this have an effect on more than just a streamer's PR, maybe some randos they have, but the actual streaming space as a whole. As because of some clips and the hate that they push out on certain communities, it just causes other streamers to not want to be a part or do any sort of collab because they know how negative the community already is based on false information.
These fake ass Twitter pages are running with narratives, posting it in niggas' Discord and Reddit, and loving the fact that niggas is battling head to head. Then he says, I deleted posts for you in the past because it was generally bad PR, giving the wrong people attention. But this is just calm drama in my eyes. I don't be making it up complete bullshit like that kick champ page game. So you just admit that your engagement is higher when you stir beef within comms.
At all what's happening in the situation, and they put a stake logo on the bottom so they can get paid out from stake clips. Right?
The fact that these clip pages have on streamers is genuinely sad because it feels like they don't really have anything they can do about it. These streamers are basically forced to allow these clippers to spread false narratives, and these clippers at the end of the day don't truly care about these streamers. They're just worried about filling their pockets. Yeah, they may watch them, yeah, they may like them, but they'll come up with any reason for why it's okay for them to say the crazy things they do, or to clip form, or to bait, or to do all of the worst things possible just to get engagement. And to a lot of y'all, that might sound pretty illegal. They're knowingly spreading false narratives just to gain, and truly don't care about how it might affect the streamer in the long run. And that's why you heard earlier that these streamers were trying to sue some of these clip pages, because genuinely it's going too far to the point they are ruining entire careers, or at least are trying to, based on the things that they are posting.
I will now be suing every single stake clipper. Every clip that is posted about me that is with a stake logo that is out of context to try to get hate on a situation that is not even happening, and then I see all these idiots in the comments, oh, Lacey this, Lacey that, how could Lacey do this? It's not real, bro. Every stake clip that comes across my For You page, or if you guys see any out of context stake clips, please send them to me, because I will not only have them taken down, I will be suing. Not only will I be
Lacey said, I'll see you in court if you make those negative stuff about Lacey, using Lacey's old clips and just taking it out of context and saying some negative stuff that is not true about Lacey. And Lacey's basically saying, I'll see you in court. I'll see you in court, dude.
Suing the people posting the clips. I will be suing the clipping platform that is providing the money for people to post out of context clips.
Joking, I swear to God, I have to pay money to get these posts taken down on my Kai, because I know you'd have been like, fuck that, I'm not doing it. So if you do want KickChamp to get deleted out of Kai, you're gonna have to pay him. That's exactly what the fuck I had to do. I'm down to stop paying him, and you and I could double up on our lawyers and sue. I have a feeling we'll win a defamation case.
With all of these platforms paying these clippers and them having so many ways to get money, it genuinely makes you wonder why other streamers might keep on paying them. Because it just seems like it's promoting negative PR, and at the end of the day, you can't really gain that much from having clippers clip for you. It poses the real question, and even Aiden Ross, along with his friend Convy, asked Neon why he keeps on paying these clippers if they already get paid from other platforms like Stake or even Twitter or TikTok, and it truly doesn't make real sense to them.
Clipping things crazy too.
Yeah.
They're paying all the clippers now. Yeah, they are. So you don't have to pay your clippers anymore. I'm still gonna pay them. Why? I don't know.
I saw you owe like 200K this month.
Yeah, I mean, why are you washing my pockets, bro?
I seen it. Starlet, they posted.
I do.
So that's crazy, bro.
It's alright, bro. It's worth it.
Neon at the end of that says it's worth it, but how worth it can it really be? I mean, as popular as Neon can be, he is getting a bunch of clips out there to the point he is willing to pay millions to 200K and is apparently getting billions of views on all of these platforms combined. Yet you would hope that he would be getting more from it, and it just doesn't seem like that's really the case. These clip pages are out here promoting you like crazy or even negatively impacting you. It doesn't seem like these streamers are really getting much from it. And Stable Ronaldo even talked about that. These people are looking so hard to get all of these clips out to the point where they're just not even actually providing real content for their streams, which is what they're supposed to be doing at the end of the day.
See, that's the problem though. The biggest problem is motherfuckers are taking streaming and turning it into something that it's not. If you want to do that, go do that somewhere else. I'm gonna be honest with you, it's agree and I disagree. I think the problem with streaming right now is everyone's trying to do too many clips to the point where streaming isn't becoming streaming. The whole point of streaming to me is engaging with my community. You're like, people are worried about companies seeing you making like whatever it is, and I get it. It's all a business at the end of the day. But at the same time, it ruins the fundamental of why you want to become a streamer. If someone's watching the stream, they want to become a streamer because they want to entertain, they want to do that. Like, I don't know, bro. It's a yes and a no. It's like a yin and a yang. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't disagree with clipping is bad, but I also don't ever see a world where I'm paying $100,000 a month for clippers. That's never I haven't paid a single dollar to a single clipper, and look how far I've got.
Now, I mostly agree with Stable Ronaldo here. At the end of the day, to be a streamer isn't to think about always going for a clip or to always have a clippable moment. At the end of the day, you just want to be entertaining, and that stuff should come naturally. If you're just always going for a clip, when people come to your stream, it's gonna feel fake, it's gonna feel forced, and it's not actually gonna be something that people want to watch, and they'll just go back to watching your clips and not actually convert over from clips to your stream. You're not actually creating a community, which is the whole point of content creation. Long form videos do that. Long form content in any way does that. You're just gonna end up being somebody else's random funny moment that they forget about when they wake up the next day, or honestly, when they get off their phone in 20 minutes to an hour. But apparently Neon had some rebuttals for that, stating that Stable Ronaldo doesn't actually have it right, and clippers in general deserve more respect for how much they actually are helping these streamers.
Nah, I disagree. Let me tell you why. Companies, right? Companies, are they watching streams? Are they going on Twitch, looking at streams, twitch.tv/neon, twitch. Whatever? No. They're seeing the clips, they're scrolling. The executives, they're scrolling, they see the shit come up on their phone. Collabs, you hit up someone. They're not, no, Kevin Durant's not watching a Twitch stream, right? He's seeing clips, he's like, oh, this dude's funny, let me bring him on. Or let me do some shit with it. The clipping industry is bigger than ever, and the Clippers need to get more respect for making careers. The Clippers made my career, right? They made my career, bro. No one sits down. The idea of sitting down watching stream is starting to die out, and it's more about scrolling. They want to see quick shit. Their minds are the world is so cooked. I'm the same way. Scrolling every second, right? Seeing all this shit. The clipping shit matters so much, bro. And me, myself, I'm investing hundreds of thousands of dollars a month. Why? Because this is helping me make millions of dollars with deals. Everyone that knows me knows you from clips, bro. Yeah, I need to stream and do all this shit and all this stuff. But I'm not getting that type of money without my clippers pushing my name, bro.
Now, Neon isn't completely wrong.
Yeah, I mean, that's still a good point, but we just need to get rid of the clippers that are making streamers look bad, or, you know, just making their character look bad, you know, basically.
This sense, I'm pretty sure you have a family member who's not really tapped into the internet, who might see a clip here or there on Facebook or TikTok, Twitter, whatever it is, and tell you about somebody that you've been knew about for years, and they're even reacting to a very old content that hasn't been out for a minute now. While that might be the case, that's not something that builds communities at the end of the day. He's literally just looking for something that's going to build him money, not actually get people to come to his streams. These are just people who are looking at you and seeing your clips and not really recognizing you or even caring about you at the end of the day. Again, you're just one small funny moment. For as much as Neon pays for clipping, and for as big as he apparently should be based on the billions or millions of views he's getting on clips, he genuinely isn't as popular as you may think. And this is genuinely not me throwing shade on Neon, but look at how much he's paying for clipping. Look at how many views he's apparently getting. Millions to billions of people are seeing his face, yet he's not moving around like somebody who genuinely has that many eyes on him. Listen how Mr. Beast talks about him going out in public or him interacting in the public at all. all, you'll understand a stark contrast from if you ever hear Neon talk about it.
You know what the craziest thing that happened? I go into like a Target at whatever the fuck it was, super late, to just get like a toothbrush. And as I'm like checking out, a kid runs in. He's like, holy shit, it's right. And I was like, what? And he's like, there's this Discord, whatever, I'm in, where they track your location. And anytime someone tweets a photo of you or tags your name.
Okay, that's creepy. A Discord where they track someone's location. That's creepy.
Instagram post, it auto updates it, and then people try to figure out where you are. Wow. And he's like, I got a notification that said you were in this Target because someone posted a photo on Instagram of it. And then he's like, I came here and you're here. And I was like,
that's awful.
Now I'm like, fuck! If someone takes a photo with me, I gotta be out of that vicinity within 4 minutes because Discords and all these other shit that track me, people are gonna be pulling up.
Yeah,
now y'all might say it's crazy to compare someone like Neon to a Mr. Beast, but
that is creepy.
Literally check out anything that's updates about Kai Cenat or other streamers of that caliber, even Aiden Ross. The millisecond that they are found with somebody or taking pictures with somebody, people are instantly posting it, sharing it everywhere, saying Kai's doing this while he's on his break. Yo, your Rage is on a break right now, but he's doing this. People from FaZe Clan. That's not really happening with anybody who was of Neon's caliber, even though apparently they're getting a bunch of views and having a bunch of eyes on them at all times. And even when you do hear about Neon being somewhere or out with somebody, it's normally with another person. And how are you supposed to know if they actually care about Neon or just posting Neon being with this famous celebrity because they are going to get a paycheck from him? And you really think about it, streaming as a whole is feeling very manufactured, not just from this whole clipping standpoint, but as an overall viewer standpoint, as we just had that scandal earlier talking about view botting and how crazy out of pocket it's getting.
Of course, a bunch of people are gonna see drops when they're fucking view botting at the wazoo. Like, a bunch of people view bot like crazy. Of course you can see less fucking revenue. Like, you're botted.
You bot? If you guys really think that Kick itself doesn't bot, if Twitch itself doesn't bot, you're a moron. 85-90% of streamers are bot. It's just facts. I don't know why anyone's even surprised. I'll vocally admit that. Of course it's all botted. If you guys think I would have 50,000 fucking viewers, like when these Twitch streamers get caught view botting and shit, they have poof faces and shit. I don't give a fuck.
Everything just screams manufactured. The entire fake career. Well, you may be.
Yeah, big streamers are, you know, obviously view botting. I believe I said this before, but a streamer view botting, a big streamer view botting is basically like an MMA fighter using PEDs. Like an MMA fighter using PEDs to win fights or win the world title. That's basically what it's like when Twitch streamers use bots. It's like an MMA fighter using steroids or PEDs.
Able to show that you have all these people watching you, you go out into reality and it truly isn't the case. You can sell a streamer or a content creator who puts a ton of money into what they do in an actual proactive way to make good content versus a content creator who puts a bunch of money just to get their name out there, and how differently it truly is when they go out into the world and interact with people. It's a very big difference. And you can go ahead and do all of that stuff that Neon said, pay clippers a bunch of money and just get a career that apparently says you're at the top or the peak of Twitch, yet don't really have the actual lifestyle to show for it. Or you could go like Stable Ronaldo, a lot of people in FaZe who don't really pay any of their clippers and just have them clip naturally as they try to make funny moments and have actual organic content. Truly, it seems like a no-brainer to me, because after you're not able to pay for those clippers anymore, you're not able to pay for this publicity you apparently have, what will you really be left with? And most people will end up seeing this clipping phase die out pretty quickly because there's only so much you can do, there's only so much money you can pay these clippers, and there's only so much they can inflate a career before everyone starts to see that you're not really as big as you truly are. At the end of the day though, that is just how I feel. If you want to tell me how you feel, the best place to do it would be the comment section down below, because this video is unfortunately over. But if you did enjoy this video, maybe consider giving it a like. And if you enjoy content like this, then maybe consider subscribing, because I post like this every single week.
All right, that's it. Okay. All right, let's watch a little bit of MMA content. Why not? The complete breakdown of Islam versus JDM. Let's go.
The day is almost here. UFC 322 is upon us, and we have to break down the extremely high-level Jack Della Maddalena versus Islam Makhachev fight. I already talked about the stylistic matchup JDM presents to Islam Makhachev, and I'll pull from that video, but I'll mostly be talking about the fight more broadly in this video and talk about the keys to victory for both fighters, and in my opinion, how this fight will play out. So, okay. First, getting straight into it, we need to talk about size. Even though it's Islam Makhachev's debut,
Islam looking swole, man.
At welterweight, he's physically looking legit at 170. Whenever fighters move up, everyone points to the fighter moving up being undersized and the guy that they're fighting having the size advantage, but I don't think that's going to be the case here. Islam is on that creatine now and has put on some good weight. Islam has always been big and has always looked like, or probably is naturally, the same size as Bilal Muhammad, but this time he's looking like this and is far from undersized. JDM might be, I don't know, an inch taller, maybe 5 to 10 pounds heavier, but I also think Islam's crazy grappling strength is also going to make up for any size advantage that JDM has on Islam. And I know it's not the best size comparison, but when they were doing face-off pictures in New York, height-wise and size-wise, they look very comparable. Yes, it's not perfect, and yes, they're wearing puffers and heavy jackets, but no matter the clothes, when they're right next to each other, it looks like Islam is about the same size as JDM. I will say that in this video, I did mention that Islam having to put on weight to make 170 may have affected him and his training and disrupted what would have been a normal training camp and preparation, but on the flip side of that, they put on really good weight, and I think the size will not have an effect on this fight like most other weight moves do. But stylistically, I think that's where—
Oh, the Clemson running back fumbled the ball. Who got it? Please be Louisville. Who recovered the fumble? I'm sorry. I want to see if who recovered the fumble. Clemson recovered it. Whatever.
The comparisons get really interesting. When talking about JDM's grappling, everyone points to the Bilal fight, and deservingly so. It was a very good performance and a great showing of improvement in the anti-wrestling and grappling department. Jack went from being pancaked by Gilbert Burns the fight before to out-dogging Bilal's relentless grappling through the course of 5 grueling rounds and getting out of some very tough positions. He was constantly fighting for underhooks, not relenting positions, and even attempted some takedowns of his own against one of the best, if not the best, grappler in the division. Especially with Craig Jones in his corner, having prepared him for that fight and again for this fight. On paper, JDM should be well equipped to take on a high-level threat in Islam Makhachev grappling-wise come Saturday. But not so fast. As great as this performance was against—
They fumbled again! No way! Wow. Oh, another flag. What do they do this time? Oh, so sportsmanlike conduct. Louisville recovered the ball, so doesn't matter. I mean, they were in bad field position, by the way. They were near Louisville's near their own end zone. Man, K. Klubnik tried to hand it off, and that was a terrible handoff.
Bilal is not Islam. Islam's grappling is very different, and some may say just better in general. Bilal is a volume king and takedown spammer, sort of like Merab. Takedowns are being shot constantly, and that volume and pressure eventually adds up to a dominant decision. But the key difference between Bilal's wrestling and Islam's wrestling is the priority of position over submission. Bilal absolutely ragdolled Leon and took his back whenever he wanted, but never really threatened an actual submission, nor was Leon ever.
I couldn't believe that Bilal just absolutely just ragdolled Leon like that. He actually just literally dumped him on his head. Which is crazy.
Threat of being submitted. Bilal's MO is to get an explosive shot into a takedown and control his opponent for the rest of the round. He can get in top position and in position to rain ground and pound, or he can take back like he did against Leon, but he will never really go and seek that finish. The way Craig Jones prepared JDM for Bilal was a perfect counter to that style. JDM was very good at stuffing the single, explosive shots Bilal went for, and was good at fighting for underhooks.
Oh, and back to Leon. Yeah, he is fighting Carlos Prates tomorrow. Yeah, that's going to be a good fight.
Off the attempted shot. And when JDM was on the ground, he popped up very fast, knowing that there really was no legitimate threat for the submission. But things change a lot when preparing for Islam Makhachev, starting with how he gets his takedowns. He'll chain together shit you've never seen before. If he doesn't get that first takedown, he'll drag you into the next attempt, into the next attempt, into the next attempt until he gets it. I wouldn't say it's necessarily harder for JDM to defend, but it will be much more different than having to defend 1 or 2 explosive attempts like he did against Bilal and breaking off. JDM will have to defend against some amazing transitions and chain wrestling, and Islam will continue to stay attached to JDM. I'm sure of it. And once this goes to the ground, Islam adds another dimension to the grappling that JDM has to take account for with his legitimate submission threats. Islam loves finding the back or submission threats in general as opponents try to make their way up to their feet. Those windows in which his opponents transition to their knees to try to get a base to get back up is when Islam is one step ahead of them. He loves doing this drag to take his opponents to the ground, and when his opponents try to get their base, he sneaks in a leg between his opponent and the fence to eventually get their back. Or look at this sequence against Dustin in the first. As Dustin tries to use his arms to get back up, Islam threatens the Kimura. Dustin fights the Kimura by turning in, which leads to Islam taking the back and now threatening a rear naked choke. That is the key difference between Bilal and Islam. Islam, as his opponents transition to get back up, have to deal with constant and legitimate submission threats from all positions. That's why in this fight, he cannot expect to get back up like he did in the Bilal fight. Again, Bilal doesn't have...
No way he's doing that to Islam.
Have that legitimate submission threat, so JDM was able to get away with getting up by giving up his back or giving up positions in which he could have been submitted. In this case, you cannot do that against Islam Makhachev. He's using that as a window of opportunity to threaten the submission. And I'm sure Craig Jones knows this. He prepared Volkanovski for this. And I'm not saying that JDM isn't capable of doing this, but I just wanted to point that out. That just because he dealt with Bilal doesn't necessarily mean he can expect to do the same against Islam. He will have to deal with a lot of clinch work, and once this gets on the ground, a lot of submission threats during transitions. And speaking of the clinch and closing the distance, I think this is where much of the fight is going to stay striking-wise. The Khabib camp already saw what happens when you try to box with JDM for too long. He'll pick you apart, hit and not get hit, and keep you at the end of his punches and strikes. Bilal fell in love with his boxing in this fight and wanted to prove that he could strike with the best, and that really cost him that fight. He abandoned the Khabib game plan and went to war to ultimately lose. So what do you think Khabib has Islam doing in one of the biggest fights of his career, if not the biggest? Shit, Islam was making his fight against Dustin very, very close when he stood there and traded with Dustin, giving him the openings in boxing range to land damaging shots and even cut him. It wasn't until Islam went back to the takedowns that we saw Islam finally get the submission. I think we're going to see Khabib and Islam take a page out of Hamzat's game plan against Dricus du Plessis and not even see Islam fight at striking range, at least for not too long. He's going to box and kick a little to close distance and really test JDM's grappling all night. JDM, of course, is going to fight for underhooks and fight a lot in the clinch to stay upright, so I think a lot of the striking is going to be more so knees, elbows, and dirty boxing, and the times we're going to see JDM's beautiful boxing at distance is going to be far and few between. He's definitely going to get those windows in which he's going to let his hands go and maybe even find a couple big moments, but when Khabib screams at Islam to go for the takedown, he will literally shoot on command, unlike Bilal in their fight. So just to recap, the keys to victory for both guys, starting with JDM, is defending those legitimate submission attempts. Yes, he defended takedowns really well against Bilal Muhammad, but Islam Makhachev's grappling is very different in that he will try to get off very scary submission attempts as a fighter is transitioning back up to their feet. I think another thing too is just knowing that Islam is going to have that forward pressure early. So being prepared for the forward pressure and using lateral movement to keep this in the middle of the octagon. And then number 3 is establishing your own offense, being the aggressor, so that not only will you stop Islam Makhachev from moving forward and you clash with him in the middle, but also it's going to be very hard for him to shoot a takedown if you're moving forward. And then for Islam Makhachev, I think number 1 is just staying on the gas grappling wise. They already seen what JDM could do boxing wise and when you let off the gas, so he cannot strike with JDM for far too long. I think additionally, he has to make the striking very dirty. He's going to find himself in a lot of situations where JDM defends multiple takedowns and multiple transitions, so he's going to be in this range. So that's when the knees, the elbows, the dirty boxing comes into play. And I think this is where Islam Makhachev will find a lot of damage, striking wise. And then finally, this is more of a mentality thing, but Islam Makhachev cannot underestimate JDM's grappling. Obviously, after the Bilal fight, he's shown that not only can he strike well, but he can actually grapple and not only defend takedowns, but really be comfortable within these grappling situations. So how do I think this fight is going to play out? I think the early rounds, Islam Makhachev will try to test JDM's grappling. JDM will pretty much hold up. I think within the middle rounds, maybe they'll start to trade a little bit. Maybe JDM will start to pop off a couple big shots, and this is where Khabib will remind Islam of the game plan. And I think overall, this fight is going to go to decision, and I'd honestly favor Islam Makhachev. He's going to suffocate JDM, and even if he doesn't get the submission or really good damage off, I think because of his suffocating presence in the grappling department, it's going to prevent JDM from landing any damaging shots. He's going to get on the inside, land some good knees and good elbows, and enough to get the decision. JDM will probably hurt him a couple times in those small windows he can, but I think Islam Makhachev overall will just be too much for JDM. Anyways, what do you guys think about Islam Makhachev versus JDM?
I mean, well, I agree that Islam will win, but I don't think it will be by unanimous decision. I think Islam will get the submission. I think that's what will happen. Like, it's probably going to be similar to, maybe a little similar to the Dustin Poirier fight for Islam. You know, JDM, he might, touch him up a couple of times, or piece him up a couple of times. But at the end, Islam will get the submission win. That's my prediction. As John Anik always says, one more sleep. All right. Okay. 10:23.
Hey guys, what's up?
All right. Got a different video. The worst wedding ever. All right, let's check it out.
Hey guys, what's up? So this video you're about to watch, I actually recorded like a while ago, but it ended up getting like copyrighted or something, so I had to edit it out the parts of the music, so now I can actually upload it. And I'm also really sick, and I haven't uploaded in a while, and I figured like, hey,
oh, that's tough.
You guys want a video, so I kind of edited this a little bit, made it a little bit better, and my doctor who prescribes my ADHD medications, dude just called out sick the other day, right? And this was after like 2 weeks of me having no ADHD medication. And like, dude, oh my God, I fucking need that shit, bro. Like, I cannot make videos for shit. Low-key, I can though. I think I'm gonna try and record a video not on the pill today. But regardless, with all that being said, if you're part of like the 15,000 people who have watched this video already, I apologize. But with that being said, enjoy the video, guys. All right, so I'm sure most of you know who Chris Brown is, the rapper who beat the shit out of Rihanna. And we're talking about him for multiple
that was years ago.
Reasons, but one thing I want to ask is like, how is he still a thing? He's a piece of shit, and he still has women literally drooling over him. But when he beats the shit out of them,
I mean, he made a bad mistake, but dude, that was years ago.
You feel me? Like, what? And it's not like it's alleged either. You know, he pleaded guilty to going into the octagon with fucking Rihanna. Like, literally Rihanna, dude. Like, he really did that shit. You know, laying your hands on any woman is already a terrible thing to do. But how the fuck do you survive beating up Rihanna? You know? Like, he pieced up Rihanna and he's still, like, here fucking having girls pay $1,100 to fucking take photos with him like this. Which is a perfect segue into the first topic of the video. So for those of you who don't know, Chris Brown is a very famous rapper. And a lot of girls really
he's an R&B singer, actually.
enjoy him. And you know, some people like him for the music, but a lot of these fans also really like him as a person. So much so that they'll pay $1,100 to meet Chris Brown and take a photo like this. And you know, I'm not gonna sit here and lie. Like, dude's $1,100 to meet Chris Brown and take a photo like this. And you know, I'm not gonna sit here and lie. Like, dude's attractive. He's hot. He's a hot fucking guy. But like,
okay,
dude, like,
whoa,
he still beat the
all right.
shit out of Rihanna. So
You could have just said, "Oh, he's a good-looking guy." You could have just said that. You didn't have to say all that.
still don't get it. Now, the reason I'm telling you all this is because I was scrolling through Twitter the other day, and a photo of Chris Brown's meet and greet popped up into my feed, and I figured I'd show it with you guys, because it's pretty fucking funny. So like I said before, these fans pay like $1,100 to meet Chris Brown and take photos like this, where he's like grabbing their ass, choking them, doing a bunch of sexual shit. So I wanted to show you guys this photo, and as you can see, it is not like the others. This dude made them go back to back. It looks like they're posing for a fucking album cover. And it's like, dude, Chris Brown owes this guy a refund, bro. Like, what happened to all the other poses? I've never seen this one before. You can clearly...
Because he's not gay. That's why.
Tell this was not the meet and greet he was looking for. You can just see like the anger in his eyes, dude. He's fucking pissed. And I'm not gonna lie, like, I would be too. Like, you know, everyone's getting their ass grabbed and choked, and this guy gets a fucking Power Ranger pose. And it's like, I'm gonna assume he's gay. So it's like, but it's like, is this homophobic? That's another question I have. I don't think it's homophobic in the slightest.
No.
You know, Chris Brown totally has the right to do it, but I don't know. It's just funny as fuck. You can tell, like, he wanted to be held. He wanted to be fucking groped by Chris Breezy, and I still don't get how this is even plausible. Like, remember, he beat up Rihanna. You know, that's really fucked up. Like, he's literally a fucking woman beater, and he's guilty of it. Like, he pled guilty. He hits fucking women. Like, I don't know how else I can say it. Like, I don't get it, you know? Like, you know, I understand when, like, athletes get away with it. You know, people look the other way and shit. But this guy's making, like, a career of women loving him when he fucking beats them. Like, what? Can you imagine being Rihanna? Fucking Chris Brown puts you in a goddamn RKO, and now girls want to pay $1,100 to be choked by him on camera. Like, hello? What? Like, $1,100 for a photo is already fucking crazy, but with the guy who fucking hits women, like, hello, and you're a, like, what? Now, the second reason we're talking about Chris Brown is because of this lady, Brooke Adrian.
I've seen this. I've seen this before.
Purpose, by the way. Either way, we're talking about her because I wanted to show you guys this photo, okay? Adrian got married. Not to Chris Brown, no. Swipe. See, there she is. She got fucking married. So, yeah, that is like the saddest shit I've ever seen. But wait, it gets even fucking worse. Together.
Well. We finally made it to the day. The day when I give up all my dreams on Chris Brown.
It's right in front of him, man. Sad.
All my dreams on Chris Brown.
And just look at his face. He's like, man, I can't believe she actually said that. Like, now, dude, I would just end it right there. Like, just end the relationship.
Ugh. So, yeah, I really hope this guy signed a fucking prenup because this woman's entire wedding post is also about Chris Brown. Now, listen, okay, I understand that Chris Brown's a celebrity and she'll probably never see him again and she'll never have a chance with him. But, dude, it's a fucking wedding post. And why are you fucking talking about it in your wedding speech? And you're making half the post about Chris Brown. She wrote a whole paragraph in your wedding speech. And you're making half the post.
I love you more than Chris Brown. Know your limits.
About Chris Brown. She wrote a whole paragraph in.
I got to show him my wedding vows. My words I put in my vows. Not on no creep stuff though. Him and his aunt his aunt laughed. During our post, he said, "Does your husband approve?" Which he did, and we discussed it multiple times before my meet and greet. we good. I actually got to lock eyes and touch this man. On top of this, had a wonderful night in the executive suits 10 out of 10. 11/11 tour was one of my favorite nights. I can't wait for the next tour.
The caption about how amazing it was to meet him. Like, why couldn't you have just made it 2 separate posts? Why did you have to combine your fucking wedding? Like, what?
On the same post, too? Okay, I didn't know this. That is ridiculous.
For posts, why did you have to combine your fucking wedding? Like, what? Can you imagine being this guy? Like, you're at your fucking wedding and your wife mentions a woman beater in her speech that she's also madly in love with? She put him in her fucking wedding vows. Dude, read this caption. Like, this guy married a fucking klutz. She has a highlight on her Instagram dedicated to Chris Brown right next to the highlight dedicated to her marriage. And the Chris Brown one is first. Like, now listen, okay, I'm sure this girl's a great girlfriend. I'm sure she's loyal. I'm sure she's very supportive. But dude, it's just like, why?
You sure about that? Because if Chris Brown, slid in her DMs and said that, said to her that she's actually hot and he liked her and he was attracted to her, she would fold. She would probably fold. Well, she wouldn't probably fold. She will fold.
This is so fucking tone deaf. Like I just can't understand why you would ever do this. Like what does your husband think? How is this guy okay with this? Like, look at him during her wedding vows, bro. Like, he was not fucking with that joke. If I'm being honest, I think it's all for attention. Her Instagram post blew up because of that. She went viral, but it's just like, damn. Like, that's how you want to go viral? Fucking your husband at the expense of him? But that's whatever. Yeah, I hope they have a happy marriage, I guess. And this whole thing just adds to my first point. Like, how the fuck does this guy still have women this obsessed with him when he literally beats them? When he literally beat the shit out of Rihanna? Either way, that's like pretty much all I wanted to say. Moral of the story, don't beat women, I guess. Especially Rihanna. No, I'm kidding. Everyone, don't beat any women, obviously. But yeah, guys, that's probably gonna be the video. If you liked it, subscribe. If you didn't,
all right, man. W video. Yeah, it has to be like tough. Just, it has to be like a big like red flag. Just dating a woman who's like obsessed with a celebrity. With a male celebrity. Like, you can just never, how do I say this? Like, never, I don't know, satisfy her, or just, I don't know, you can never make her truly happy. That's what I was trying to say. Like, you can't make her truly, happy because she likes a guy who has money and status, and and an R&B singer, and Chris Brown. Yeah, there's nothing you could do about that, but just leave the relationship. But anyways, moving on. All right, let's move on to some football content. All right, the most overhyped college football quarterbacks of all time. All right, let's check it out.
Tanking that may happen. Now, that part's serious. There could be multiple teams positioning themselves to get Arch Manning whenever it appears Arch Manning is coming out.
This is just crazy to look back on.
Man, look at it now. Look at this. Look at this. This was the top picks. Arch Manning, or the number 1 overall pick odds. Arch Manning, Drew Aller. Arch Manning, he hasn't had the best season. Drew Aller, he's injured. And he didn't have the best season either. Garrett Nussmeier didn't have the best season. Lenore Seller, sadly, he doesn't have, he didn't have the best season. Cade Klubnik having a terrible season. Oh, and Lenore's, he's having a terrible season too. And Garrett Nussmeier's having a terrible season. TJ Parker. Yeah, both of those Clemson players having a terrible season. Caleb Downs. Hey, Caleb Downs, he's still a top 5 pick. Like, dude's probably the best DB in the country right now. Kendrick Falk, horrible season at Auburn.
Prior to the 2025 college football season, Arch Manning was the favorite to go #1 overall in the 2026 NFL draft according to sportsbooks. This easily makes him the most hyped up quarterback that many of us have ever seen, due to him serving as a backup the last 2 seasons.
You know what? He should have played more, and had he played more, it's very possible that Texas would be the defending champion right now instead of Ohio State.
We saw takes like this all offseason.
Crazy. Yeah, now it's a crazy take now.
Yet, despite all the hype, it took just a couple weeks for people to start thinking, is Arch Manning even a starting level college quarterback? What's going on, everybody? Today, we're going to do a deep dive.
Yeah, and this video was made a month ago. And to be fair, he did play well against Vanderbilt. And we'll see what he can do against Georgia tomorrow.
Into a somewhat recent history of college quarterbacks who were extremely hyped up, but failed to live up to expectations. Now, with that said, 5-star recruits often fail. In fact, as many of you know from my top 10 videos, it happens all the time. So don't expect to see every 5-star quarterback who wasn't good in this video. I'll put a few names up on screen of guys who failed to live up to expectations.
Dane Christ, Anthony Morelli, Blake Barnett. Oh, that's that, yeah, he went to Alabama, didn't he? Gunnar Kyle Keel, Tate Martell.
Expectations that I didn't cover in this video. We're going to be going in chronological order, working our way up to present day with not just Arch Manning, but all the 5-star quarterbacks from his class. It really makes you wonder how these guys are becoming 5-star recruits and who's grading them. But anyways, right now we are in the midst of the 2025 football season. And if you're a big-time college football fan, you know that the games are lit. And if you want to go to a game before the season's over, you can do it through today's video sponsor, SeatGeek. And after recently moving to the offensive scene, Dane Abramovich was featured on the cover of California Magazine with the headline, quote, "Robo QB, the making of a perfect athlete," which detailed the kid's insane upbringing, where his dad was training him since birth to be the perfect quarterback. His dad, Marv, had been an NFL player whose career was harmed by his imperfect training methods. So he went all in for his kid, opening his own athletic research center and applying the knowledge he'd learned on his son. He once said, quote, "How well could a kid develop if you provided him the perfect training environment?" This included stretching his son as a baby, giving him a very strict diet all the way through high school, and he consulted as many as 13 experts on building the perfect training program. A few months after that Robo QB magazine came out, Sports Illustrated did a piece on the young quarterback titled "Bred to be a Superstar." The article declared Marinovich as America's first test tube athlete. In high school, Todd Marinovich was a phenom, setting the all-time high school passing yard record, and was named the National Player of the Year by multiple media outlets. But once he got to college, things got turbulent. He became the first freshman to start at USC since World War II, and to be honest, his first season was pretty good. However, his play became erratic due to personal difficulties in year 2. In what was expected to be a national title contending team with a Heisman Trophy quarterback, instead USC lost critical games, and the most famous moment for Marinovich during the season was when he got into a yelling match with his coach on national TV. Despite the tough season, Marinovich was still viewed as an NFL quarterback and was selected in round 1 by the Raiders in 1991. But things did not go well. Ultimately, the story of Todd Marinovich is a cautionary tale. He's had a very difficult post-football career, with a long string of arrests and long-term substance abuse issues. There's actually a 30 for 30 that was made about him about 15 years ago, and if you haven't seen it, it's worth checking out.
And let me tell you something about Notre Dame. In the next 4 years, they're going to win the national title at least twice, and Ron Paulus will win the Heisman Trophy at least twice.
In 1993, Ron Powlus was supposed to become the best quarterback in Notre Dame history. Notre Dame had been an absolute powerhouse for years, and in 1988, they had won the national championship, and ever since Lou Holtz took over, they had been a consistent top 5 program year in and year out. Considering the magnitude of this program at the time, and bringing in this level of a prospect in Ron Powlus, it's safe to say that people thought this team was going to dominate, like you heard, and they did not live up to expectations. Powlus suffered a broken collarbone prior to his freshman season, and once he recovered, he took over as the starter. The team began as the number 2 team in the AP poll in 1994, and they finished 6-5. Then over the next 3 seasons, Notre Dame was a decent team, but not in national title contention, and Powlus finished his career on an underwhelming note, going 7-6 as a senior with the worst numbers of his career. In the end, he was actually kinda decent. He set the all-time career records for passing yards and touchdowns. However, when you're expected to win multiple national titles and multiple Heismans, it's safe to say that he was overhyped. He went on to go undrafted in 1998, and he would go on to be a practice squad quarterback in the NFL, and he even played in NFL Europe.
NFL Europe? I didn't know that was a thing. NFL Europe.
And the young man from Danville, California, Kyle Wright. They all say that Kyle Wright demonstrates great leadership characteristics, Gary.
In 2005, Kyle Wright was set to take Miami back to the national championship. In the early 2000s, the University of Miami was peak college football. In 2001, they produced one of, if not the greatest college football team of all time. They went on to win the national championship that year. And in 2002, they got back to the national title, but they lost to Ohio State. Well, in 2003, Canes fans had to be psyched when they landed the top pro-style quarterback in the country in Kyle Wright. The University of Miami was dubbed Quarterback U at the time, and Wright was possibly going to be the
Chris Leak, Greg Olson, Reggie Bush,
best of all of them.
Kyle Wright.
When he finally got his chance to start, he was pretty solid in 2005, leading the ACC in touchdown passes, which ramped up the expectations to another level in 2006. That year, Wright was a preseason Heisman Trophy candidate, and the Canes were expected to be a national title contender. Only that didn't happen. Miami's chances of going back to the national championship were gone by Game 3 after a crushing loss to V-Tech, where Kyle Wright played poorly enough that his own fans booed him. Wright never captured the success he had his first season, and he went on to throw more interceptions than
in 2005, he threw for over 2,400, threw for over 2,000 yards, 18 touchdown passes, 10 interceptions. 2006, junior year, over 1,000 yards, 8 touchdown passes, and 7 interceptions. Pretty bad. In 2007, his senior year, terrible. 12 touchdown passes and 14 interceptions.
touchdowns
abysmal
in his final 2 years as Miami fell into obscurity. In 2007, the team finished 5-7, which was their most losses in a season since the 70s. Wright was not drafted into the NFL. Now, for this next player, when it comes to getting a big lesson in humility and getting served a slice of humble pie, man, there might not be a better example. In 2005, Ryan Perrilloux was seen as the heir
I heard about him. Ryan Perrilloux.
To Vince Young at Texas. The high school phenom was expected to keep the Longhorns in national title contention, only it never happened because he changed his mind on signing day and committed to LSU. Infamously, Perrilloux held a press conference when he signed to LSU, and he said
LSU, committed LSU.
That as a true freshman, he was going to win the Heisman Trophy. The following question was saying something along the lines of, they already have Jamarcus Russell, what about him? And Perrilloux responded, Jamarcus who? Well, as a true freshman, he did not.
That's you can't say stuff like that. That's your teammate, dude.
Not win the Heisman Trophy. And in year 2, he threw 3 passes all year as the third string quarterback. So safe to say that his first claim did not come true. In year 3, things didn't change all that much. He actually served a suspension for some off the field issues, and he served as the team's backup for the most part. He would see action in a few games that season, which included stepping in for an injured Matt Flynn in the SEC Championship and actually showing promise in that game. However, constant off-the-field issues and violating team rules led Perilou to being kicked off the team prior to the 2008 season. After 3 tough seasons at LSU, Perilou transferred to lower division Jacksonville State, and there he actually did have some success, but whenever a 5-star recruit has to transfer to a lower division school, it's safe to say that they were overhyped. Perilou went undrafted in 2010, and for Texas, it's safe to say that they got the last laugh in the recruiting process because their backup plan for Perilou when they recruited him ended up being Colt McCoy. Speaking of Colt McCoy, back in 2010, some of you may remember the national championship where he got injured, and backup Garrett Gilbert had to come in versus Alabama in what was basically just about the toughest situation you could ever ask a true freshman backup to try and handle. Although he had some rough turnovers that day,
I think that was the first national championship game I've ever seen. And that was the first season of college football for me, like to watch. That was the first season I started following college football. You know, back when Alabama had dudes like Greg McElroy. I probably just pronounced his name wrong. Mark Ingram. I think Julio Jones was on that team too.
Rhythm in the second half, and by the fourth quarter, he was playing well, and he had brought Texas within 3, and they had a chance to go win the game, but they just couldn't get it done. Regardless, Colt McCoy was gone after that season, and people were feeling pretty good about the state of Texas football because when they had gotten Garrett Gilbert out of high school, he was considered one of the greatest quarterbacks in the country. When he was in high school as a sophomore, one coach said that he was the greatest quarterback he had ever seen. And during his recruitment as a senior, Jackie Sherrill, a college coach, said that he was the best quarterback he had seen since Dan Marino. So it's safe to say the bar was pretty high for Garrett Gilbert. Well, Texas began 2010 in the top 5, and after starting 3-0, things completely fell off the rails. The Longhorns finished 5-7, their worst finish in 14 years. Gilbert threw 10 touchdowns and 17 interceptions in a season he and Texas fans were hoping to quickly forget. The game fans probably remember most is when he threw 5 interceptions versus Kansas State. The following year, after a couple of games, Gilbert was demoted to backup, and he would never play at Texas again. He would transfer after the season to SMU, and for 2 years, he was an up-and-down starter. Despite not having a great college career, Gilbert still had NFL talent, and he was drafted in the 6th round, and he went on to have
Clemson fumbled the punt? Oh, they messed up the punt, and now they turn over the ball to Louisville. All right.
Decent career as a backup. And technically, he's a Super Bowl champion because he was the Patriots practice squad quarterback in 2014. In 2005, Mitch Mustain was the most heralded recruit in Arkansas State history. He was so special that not only did he win National Player of the Year, but he was also Scout.com's top high school recruit above guys like Matt Stafford and Tim Tebow. He was such a legend in high school that the mayor of the city he grew up in made December 6th Mitch Mustain Day in the city. Also, the University of Arkansas hired his high school head coach Gus Malzahn as the new offensive coordinator. Talk about the ultimate recruiting tactic. This definitely influenced Mustain to go to Arkansas, as well as 6 of his high school teammates. He took over as a freshman, and the team was awesome, but it was almost entirely because of their incredible running backs. Mustain wasn't quite the passer the team had hoped. Despite winning all 8 of his starts, he was barely averaging over 100 passing yards per game. Then he was benched versus South Carolina and never started again for the program. Instead, head coach Houston Nutt decided to roll with Casey Dick at quarterback. In other words, Nutt chose Dick. Anyways,
Why, dude? Why?
Mustain chose to leave after the season. Gus Malzahn had found a new school to go to, and Mustain transferred to USC. But after he got to USC, he did not win the team's starting job. He ended up being the 3rd string quarterback, and just to try to find playing time, he ended up trying out at punter, but he didn't get the full-time gig. Over the 3 years he was at USC, Mustain got very little playtime, and ended up kind of just drifting into obscurity. Meanwhile, the guy who was rated below him, Tim Tebow, had become the craziest story in college football. From 2006 to 2009, Tim Tebow was a sensation at Florida, having won the Heisman Trophy and was a part of 2 national championships. During his dominant reign at Florida, his successor to be was also a Florida high school legend, John Brantley. Brantley had won the 2006 Gatorade National Player of the Year, and also he had broken Tebow's state record for touchdown passes. He arrived at the University of Florida in 2007, and from 2007 through 2009, he was the backup to Tim Tebow, and for those years, there was some serious hype for him as the backup. Phrases like second best quarterback in the conference behind Tebow were thrown around. Well, after Tebow went to the NFL, the Gators began the 2010 season ranked as the number 4 team in the country, with Brantley under center. And after starting 4-0, things turned sour. Florida got crushed by Alabama, then lost to LSU. Then for the 3rd straight week, lost again, this time to Mississippi State on a day they only scored 7 points. Brantley had a rough go at it during these games. He had 0 touchdowns and he threw 4 interceptions. And the team finished 8-5 in the end, and this ended up being Urban Meyer's final season at Florida. 2011 began the Will Muschamp era, and 2011 was brutal. This ended up being their worst season since 2004, and Brantley would finish his career as the guy who did not live up to expectations after the Tebow years. He and Florida fell into obscurity by the end of 2011. In 2013, similar to the Tebow years in Gainesville, the hype at Texas A&M during the Johnny Manziel years
and Johnny Football
the charts. And following his departure to the NFL, the Aggies looked to continue their success with Kyle Allen. Allen was a 5-star recruit and the best pro-style quarterback in the country coming out of high school. By all accounts, the transition from Manziel to Allen was going to be legendary. Well, in 2014, he started as the backup to Kenny Hill, but quickly...
Oh yeah, I was about to say, like I thought Kenny Hill started after Johnny Manziel, but
took over the starting job.
Just said that
and he actually
Kenny
had some
Hill
good
took
moments.
over.
Against number 3 Auburn, Allen had 4 touchdowns in what ended up being an upset victory. And for the most part, his freshman year was promising. It wasn't quite the Manziel level of play that we had seen, but there were some things to be hopeful about. However, despite starting 5-0 in 2015, Allen's performance versus Alabama was a brutal reality check for him and the Aggies. He threw 3 pick-sixes in that game. Then later, versus Ole Miss, he completed just 35% of his passes for just 88 yards in a blowout loss. Allen was benched and transferred following the season. In fairness to Allen, he suffered an AC sprain against Alabama, and he tried to tough through it, which, looking back, he probably shouldn't have done. And in the end, even after he went to Houston, he just never quite became the quarterback that people thought he was going to be. He only started a handful of games for them after performing poorly in 2017. Perhaps the craziest part of this story is that despite his performance, he still left school early for the NFL. Then he went undrafted. And yet, to this day, he is still in the NFL, currently in his 8th season. He's mostly been a backup, but still, it's pretty crazy to go from a 5-star bust to a longtime pro. In 2020, Clemson still had Trevor Lawrence leading the way, but they were feeling great about who they had as his successor, the former 5-star DJ Uiagalelei. Listed at 6'4" and 200.
DJ Ugabadugi, as MBG would call him. Okay, DJ Uiagalelei.
145 pounds. DJ got his first action in 2020 when Lawrence ended up testing positive for COVID and was out for a few weeks. And in his absence, DJ performed well. He led a comeback victory versus Boston College, then he threw for over 400 yards and 2 touchdowns versus Notre Dame. So after Lawrence left for the NFL, Clemson was supposed to be great. They were ranked number 3 to start the season, and DJ was going to take over college football. That was the expectation. However, that did not happen. On opening day versus Georgia, DJ played poorly. Clemson ended up losing 10-3, and the only touchdown of the game was a pick-6 thrown by DJ. He went on to throw more interceptions than touchdowns, as Clemson fell out of national title contention after their 3rd loss of the season. In 2022, DJ improved, but not enough to hold onto his starting job. He was benched during the ACC championship game, and subsequently, entered the transfer portal the following day. DJ spent a year at Oregon State, where he did well enough to come back to big-time college football, so he transferred again, this time to Florida State.
This was just the biggest mistake in his football career. The biggest mistake ever. Just entering the transfer portal to go to Florida State.
And Florida State was coming off of that season where they had started 13-0 before Jordan Travis's injury. So this team was expected to be good, and they brought in DJ to hopefully keep that train rolling. That did not happen with DJ though. In 5 starts, he struggled mightily, and he ended up being benched, and the team finished 2-10. After he went undrafted and later scored a touchdown in a preseason game, his dad blasted FSU. He reposted a tweet blaming FSU for his son's failures. Now, DJ is on the Chargers practice squad. So now we arrive to today, and the current situation that we have with not just Arch Manning, but all of the 5-star quarterbacks from that 2023 high school class. Let's run through all of them really quickly.
Oh my god, man, he missed. Oh my gosh, dude. How do you miss? He missed like two field goals.
One recruit in the country was Malachi Nelson. Nelson ended up throwing 3 passes at USC, then transferred to Boise State, where he served as the backup, and now he's at UTEP. The number 2 recruit was Dante Moore. Moore struggled at UCLA, then transferred to Oregon, where he served as Dylan Gabriel's backup, and now he's a starter and actually playing well. The number 3 recruit was Jackson Arnold. Arnold was at Oklahoma for 2 years.
Yeah, Jackson Arnold, man, he had a terrible season with the Sooners, but he did beat Alabama, though. To be fair, I don't know how, but he did. Him and the Sooners beat Alabama,
and ultimately got benched in 2024. He's now at Auburn. And finally, the number 4 quarterback and 5th overall recruit from 2023 was Arch Manning. Despite being the 4th ranked quarterback of that class, Arch is by far and away the most popular. For the previous 2 years, everyone wanted to see this guy play, and every time he got into the game, the crowd went nuts. He actually performed well when filling in for the starter, specifically versus Mississippi State in 2024. But in 2025, the hype clearly was not warranted. Everyone guaranteed this guy was going to be the best quarterback in the country and future number 1 overall pick, but there is some glaring issues in his game currently.
And I just watch Arch, I just go, he doesn't have a great feel for the position. And then his physical attributes aren't great either. So it's like, what's he really doing? And in fairness, he didn't create any of this. It was all the media. The media created this hype because of his name.
People have noted his ugly throwing motion, lack of accuracy, and lack of feel when in the pocket. And it really makes you wonder, did Steve Sarkisian see this coming over the last 2 years and just couldn't do anything about it? But hey, just because you don't live up to the hype immediately doesn't mean you can't be successful. Look at one of our previous examples, Kyle Allen. He was never as good as he was expected to be in college. And despite that, he has still carved out a long pro career, making millions in the process.
Allen, looking left, back in the end zone, Greg Olsen, touchdown again.
Man, W video by K2O. I said K2O. KTO. Oh, he just dropped another one. Hold on. We'll watch this one
every
first. Preseason Heisman favorite. I said favorites. Favorites. How did they do since 2015, man? Let's check it out.
Someone is the betting favorite to win the Heisman Trophy. In 2025, Arch Manning was the betting favorite prior to the season kicking off. And it's safe to say he's not going to win the award, although he has shown improvement in recent weeks. What's going on, everybody? Today, we're going to look at the last 10 years of preseason Heisman favorites according to betting odds and see how their seasons went. This will include their individual performance, how their teams did, and how their careers went after that year. We will look at also who won the Heisman Trophy if they did not win it. Alright, with that said, let's kick things off by going back to 2015. In 2015, TCU quarterback Trayvon Boykin was the slight preseason favorite to win the trophy. The previous year, he had been a total beast. He had won Big 12 Offensive Player of the Year and finished 4th in the Heisman race. TCU had gone 12-1 with him under center, and they had dominated Ole Miss in the Peach Bowl. He had been an effective dual threat, leading the conference in passing yards and touchdowns, while also rushing for over 700 yards and 8 touchdowns. Ooh. And he even caught a touchdown in 2014. TCU began 2015 ranked number 2 in the AP poll, and they were expected to be a legit national title contender. To begin the season, TCU ripped off 8 straight wins, with Boykin throwing 28 touchdowns to just 5 interceptions. But then the Oklahoma State game happened. The team watched their perfect season slip away as Boykin threw 4 interceptions. They lost by 20 points. The following week versus Kansas, Boykin would exit the game early due to injury and would not return. And the following week, he would also sit out of a game versus Oklahoma where the team had a chance to come back and win, but they just couldn't get it done. Boykin did return after that and helped the team bounce back. And ultimately, he did have a solid regular season and finished 10th in the Heisman race. The winner of the 2015 Heisman Trophy was Alabama's Derrick Henry. His stats were very similar to his junior year. Unfortunately, his TCU career ended on a sour note. Boykin was arrested for assault on a police officer on December 31st, 2015. He was suspended from the team's bowl game versus Oregon and received a year of probation for the incident. Boykin went on to go undrafted in 2016 and eventually signed with the Seahawks, where he served as a backup for a brief time before domestic assault allegations led to the end of his NFL career.
That's tough.
Now, before we continue, we are deep into football season, which means before we know it, the season will be over. So why not get out to a game while you still can, which you can do through today's video sponsor, SeatGeek. With over 20 million playoff news on the show by Snap and made it to the college football same magic award given to the name of the year, they found football by thunder. Now let's get back to the video. In 2016, the preseason Heisman favorite was Deshaun Watson. The previous year, Clemson and Watson had totally taken college football by storm, and they rattled off 14 straight victories to start the season. They found themselves in the national title game and lost in heartbreaking fashion to Alabama. Watson had been the key to Clemson's success. He had won 8.
Man, those days with Deshaun Watson as Clemson quarterback, so annoying it was annoying to watch. As a South Carolina fan, it was just so annoying to see how good they were. It was annoying.
ACC Player of the Year, he finished 3rd in the Heisman race, and he had won the Davey O'Brien Award given to the nation's best quarterback. Well, 2016 was more of the same magic. Clemson began the season ranked number 2 in the country, and once again made it to the college football playoff after a dazzling 12-1 regular season and ACC championship victory. Their only loss was a game in which Watson threw for 580 yards, 3 touchdowns, and 3 interceptions. Overall, Watson was one of the best players in the country, and fell just short of winning the Heisman, finishing 2nd behind Lamar Jackson. Jackson had put up video game-like numbers in 2016. However, what Watson and the Tigers did a few weeks later was much more sweet. They pulled off a last-minute come-from-behind national championship victory versus Alabama. This was the perfect way for Watson to end his college career, and he went on to declare for the NFL draft, and he went in the first round of the Houston Texans. Despite an awesome start to his pro career, we all know how things went after the news broke about the allegations surrounding Watson, and his career and reputation have never recovered. In 2017, Sam Darnold was the preseason Heisman favorite. Prior to 2016, USC had been struggling, and after 3 games with Max Brown as the starter, the team turned to freshman Sam Darnold. And this dude was a total baller. They would end the season on a 9-game win streak, which included a Rose Bowl victory versus Penn State where Darnold threw for over 450 yards and 5 touchdowns. He had taken over an unranked USC team, and by the end of the year, they were ranked number 3. The expectations entering 2017 for USC and Darnold were sky high, as they began the season ranked number 4 in the country. After starting 4-0, USC was stunned on the road versus Washington State, a game in which Darnold did not play well. A few weeks later, Notre Dame would curb stomp USC 49-14 in a game that ended USC's shot at making the playoffs and Darnold's chances of winning the Heisman. Darnold's season was a mixed bag. He had been great and he had led the Pac-12 in categories like passing yards, but he also led the conference in interceptions. He did not finish as a Heisman candidate, and ultimately the trophy went to Baker Mayfield. Overall, Darnold truly helped elevate USC during his 2 years as the team starter. And after his 2017 season, Darnold declared for the NFL draft and was taken 3rd overall by the New York Jets in 2018. He's been in the league now for a while, and he struggled at first but found a rhythm recently and is currently a top 10 NFL quarterback with the Seahawks. In 2018, the preseason, and is currently a top 10 NFL quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, it is crazy how he was considered a bust. You know, just it just shows how important going to the right organization is, like for a rookie quarterback or a young quarterback. It just shows how important it is for that young quarterback to go to the right organization to succeed. Like, organization matters when it comes to becoming a good quarterback in the NFL. You know, it's kind of an obvious thing to say, but it is true. Like Sam, like, look at Sam Darnold, for example. Looked like a bust in New York, and then moved to, like, joined Carolina, then became a backup quarterback with the 49ers, and then signed with the Vikings. Good organization for quarterbacks. Played well. And now he's with the Seahawks, and now is a top 10 quarterback in the NFL. Crazy.
With the Seahawks. In 2018, the preseason Heisman favorite was Stanford running back Bryce Love. Man,
Bryce Love, I remember him, man. Yeah, he was good. Bryce Love was good.
Stanford have some beast running backs at this time. They had Bryce Love, who was one of the fastest players in the game and totally dominated the previous season. And before him, they had Christian McCaffrey.
All right, man. Unfortunately, it looks like Clemson's about to win this game, man. Unfortunately.
McCaffrey totally dominated in 2015.
Man, this Louisville team suck, man. Why are they ranked? Well, they beat Miami, but still, man, that team sucks. I'm turning the TV off. Just what a crap team, dude. Garbage. All right.
He had over 2,600 yards from scrimmage, and he had finished second in the Heisman race. Then in 2016, he had nearly 2,000 total yards, while his backup, Bryce Love, accumulated 866 total yards.
Man, Christian McCaffrey and Bryce Love. Nasty running back duo. Nasty.
While his backup, Bryce Love, accumulated 866 total yards. Finally, after McCaffrey went to the NFL, Bryce Love put up his own incredible season, leading the country in rushing in 2017, with over 2,100 yards and 19 touchdowns on his way to finishing second in the Heisman race. Stanford had lost 5 games in 2017, but when you got a running back playing at this high of a level, you never know what can happen. Well, 2018 was a rough year for Love. He saw his productivity take a huge dip. He only ran for over 100 yards one time, and he saw his average yards per carry go from above 8 to below 5. Then in a late season game versus Cal, he ended up tearing his ACL, which ended his college career. For why things had gone so poorly before that, the fans at the time blamed the offensive line struggles, bad play calling, and a persistent ankle injury that clearly affected Love's play early in the season. He went on to finish his final season at Stanford with 739 rushing yards and 6 touchdowns, with the Heisman Trophy going to Oklahoma quarterback Kyler Murray. Unfortunately, despite getting drafted in the 4th round, Bryce Love never played a down of NFL football. He now works for the ACC network as an on-air analyst. In 2019, Tua was the slight preseason favorite over Trevor Lawrence. He had had an amazing career to that point. He had taken over as a freshman in the national championship for Jalen Hurts, and he won that game versus Georgia in heroic fashion. Then, after taking over as the full-time starter in 2018, Tua put up massive numbers. He finished pretty much first in every major passing category in the SEC, and he finished second in the Heisman race that year, before they lost in the national championship to Clemson. Well, in 2019, Tua got off to an all-time legendary start. His first 5 games, he had 23 touchdowns and no picks. And then through 9 games, he had 33 touchdowns and just 3 picks. But in that 9th game, with a 35-7 lead over Mississippi State, Tua suffered a devastating hit where his hip was dislocated, he broke his nose, and suffered a concussion. He had to be carted off the field and was flown to Birmingham Hospital, where he would undergo surgery, which ended his spectacular season. Tua went on to finish 10th in the Heisman race, and ultimately, if he never got hurt, he probably would have finished as the runner-up. There was no way he was going to win it that year because Joe Burrow was on another planet. Regardless, Tua was incredible at Alabama, and he ended up going 5th overall in the 2020 NFL Draft to the Miami Dolphins. Injury concerns have followed him ever since his college days. However, he's been a starter ever since he took over for Ryan Fitzpatrick as a rookie, and he signed a 4-year, $212 million extension in 2024. Despite struggles as of recently, Tua has had some great success in the pros, including leading the league in passer rating in 2022 and yards in 2023. In 2020, Justin Fields was the preseason Heisman favorite with a slight edge over, once again, Trevor Lawrence. He had started his career at Georgia before transferring to Ohio State and putting up monster numbers in his first year starting. Fields put up 51 total touchdowns, just 3 interceptions, and he won Big Ten Offensive Player of the Year. That team was so loaded, they had J.K. Dobbins also run for over 2,000 yards, and Chase Young was a total beast, and those 3 all finished in the top 7 or 8 in the Heisman race that season. This team was just so loaded talent-wise. That Ohio State team went undefeated until they lost to an undefeated Clemson team in the playoffs. And then that Clemson team...
Man, I'll never forget that bad call that they gave to Clemson. When Trevor, I said it multiple times on stream, that was such a bad call. He threw. So basically, what happened is Trevor Lawrence, he threw the ball to Justin Ross. And then he took a couple of steps and he fumbled the football. And Ohio State recovered it, and I think he took it to the house. Whoever took the ball. Whoever picked up the ball, I think he took it to the house. I gotta watch it again, but yeah, it was a bad call, and the refs called it a incomplete pass instead of a fumble, and it was, to me, it looked like a fumble, but the refs called it an incomplete pass, and you know, the refs basically gave Clemson that game.
Lost to undefeated LSU in the national championship. Anyways, despite the preseason Heisman odds, this season was probably the most bizarre in college football history. COVID threw a massive wrench into the landscape of the sport, causing many players to opt out of the season, a near delay that took the season into the spring of 2021, and teams postponing or just skipping games entirely. So this season just has a massive asterisk by it. For Fields, Ohio State ended up playing in just 5 regular season games and 3 postseason games, the Big Ten Championship and the College Football Playoff. They found themselves in the National Championship, but they got blown out by Alabama. Fields played well given the circumstances, and considering he only had 6 games on his resume before the Heisman ceremony, there was no way he was going to win the award given some of the other stats that other guys put up. He finished 7th that year, and ultimately the winner went to Devonta Smith, the receiver from Alabama. Ultimately, Fields declared for the NFL went to Devonta Smith, the receiver.
I don't care what anybody says. Devonta Smith is the best college football wide receiver of all time. He is the best college football receiver I've ever seen. Devonta Smith.
Receiver from Alabama. Ultimately, Fields declared for the NFL Draft and was selected 11th overall by the Bears in 2021. He's bounced around the league, never really finding a groove as a starter. Entering 2021, Oklahoma's quarterback Spencer Rattler was the preseason Heisman favorite. The previous year, he had taken over as the team starter and played well. He led the Big 12 in all major passing categories, and the team went 9-2. Oklahoma began the 2021 season ranked number 2 in the country, and they were fully expected to be a national championship contender. This was a unique year, one, considering we were coming off a weird COVID season, and two, all but one player from the top 10 finishers in 2020's Heisman race went to the NFL. The only one returning was Breece Hall, a running back at Iowa State, so he was most likely not going to win the award. Anyways, Oklahoma got off to a 5-0 start in 2021 with Rattler under center. However, his play hadn't been at the level he and his coaches had hoped. This included throwing 2 picks and barely surviving Tulane, as well as barely mustering 16 points versus West Virginia. Then, after struggling to get going against Texas, Lincoln Riley benched Rattler in favor of Caleb Williams, and he never looked back. After falling behind 28-7 in that game, the backup Caleb Williams ended up being a total star, and he led a come-from-behind victory. This was evidence enough that he was the better quarterback at the time, and they rolled with him for the rest of the season. Crazy enough, Oklahoma didn't have either of these quarterbacks on their team the following year. Lincoln Riley ended up going to USC to take over their head coaching job, and Caleb went with him. And for Rattler, he transferred to South Carolina. For the Heisman in 2021, that honor went to Alabama's Bryce Young, who won the award by a landslide. And for Rattler, well, he spent the next 2 years on a bad South Carolina team, and never recaptured the hype that he had around him after the 2020 season. He was still a decent prospect, and was drafted in the 5th round by the Saints, and was their starter for a brief time, although he's now on the bench. In 2022, the preseason Heisman favorite was CJ Stroud. After taking over at Ohio State for Justin Fields in 2021, this dude put up monster numbers. He ended up with 44 touchdowns to just 6 interceptions, and he finished 4th in the Heisman race in 2021. And going into 2022, Ohio State was ranked number 2 in the country. Well, Ohio State absolutely dominated through the first 11 weeks, mostly blowing out every team they played. That was until they got crushed by Michigan in the final regular season game. This cost Ohio State a chance to play in the Big Ten Championship. But because they had such a good season, as well as Michigan being undefeated at the time they played them, both teams made the college football playoff. Stroud had a downtick in production, but still put up similar numbers to his previous season. It was enough to see him finish 3rd in the Heisman race. Ohio State fans felt like CJ Stroud would have won the award if it wasn't for Ryan Day and how he coached in that Michigan game.
Dude, like, man, I know Ryan Day went on to win the Natty last year, but dude, he really should have won a Natty with and a Big Ten title and beat Michigan with CJ Stroud as his quarterback. And he had dudes like Marvin Harrison Jr. and Jackson Smith-Njigba. And was Chris Olave on that team? Hold on, I have to check. I gotta see the 2021-22 Ohio State team. I gotta check that team out, dude. I wish I can sort it by position. Okay, there's CJ Stroud right there. That's the 2022 team. Had JSN right there. Emeka Buka. Had him too. And who else was on that team? Marvin Harrison, of course. I mentioned Marvin Harrison. Yeah, was Olave on that team? I don't think he was. Where's Olave? I don't think he was on that team. Nah. It was Marvin Harrison, JSN, Julian Fleming was on that team too. I wish I can sort it by position. Why can't on this website? Why can't I just sort it by position? Let's go to 2022 instead. Okay, Marvin Harrison. Mention Marvin. CJ on the team. Emeka. Nah, he wasn't. No. Olave wasn't on the team. Jackson Smith, Jigba, Mecca, Harrison, and Fleming had all those players and didn't win the Natty. Didn't beat Michigan and didn't win the Big Ten. That is shocking right there.
Ultimately, Ohio State would lose to Georgia in the first round of the playoffs that year, and that game was pretty much the national championship because Georgia went on to absolutely destroy TCU in the big game. For Stroud, he declared for the NFL draft and went second overall to the Houston Texans in 2022. Right away, he was a beast winning Rookie of the Year after leading Houston to a great season. Now, they just got to figure out how to protect him. In 2023...
Yeah, he needs an offensive line. Dude, I've seen clips of him, saying in the Texans press conference or whatever, talking about, I'm like, he's only 23 years old, by the way, saying, I feel old and I can't run as fast as I used to. Like, just that's what happens when you have a bad offensive line. That's what happens when you can't protect your quarterback. Dude's only 23 years old saying stuff like that.
Leading Houston to a great season. Now, they just got to figure out how to protect him. In 2023, the preseason Heisman favorite was Caleb Williams. This meant that if he had won the award, he would be the first two-time winner since Archie Griffin in the 1970s. It was unlikely, but considering that most of the other candidates from the previous season had gone to the NFL or graduated, it made sense that he was at the top. His college trajectory had been quite the journey. He took over at Oklahoma and was a surprising breakout star. Then he followed his coach to USC, and they orchestrated a huge one-year turnaround, taking a 4-8 team the previous year and winning 11 games in their first season. Williams ended up winning the Heisman Trophy that year. So, how did he and USC follow up things in 2023? Well, they started things off strong, cruising out to a 5-0 start with Williams throwing 21 touchdowns and just 1 interception. But there were signs that this team wasn't as good as initially advertised, and they suffered a late season collapse. Williams had an ugly performance versus Notre Dame, throwing 3 picks in a blowout loss. And from there, USC would only win 1 more game, finishing the regular season 7-5. To be fair, Williams' numbers were pretty similar to his previous season, and in some categories they were better. But when you have a couple bad performances and the team overall just falls off a cliff, you're not going to finish high in the Heisman race. He did not finish in the top 10, and the award eventually went to Jaden Daniels from LSU. The truth was, a lot of USC's downfall that season had to do with the defensive struggles of the team. In fact, they gave up over 40 points 5 times over his final.
Yeah, that team was terrible. That 2023 Trojans team. Like, how can you have like a Heisman winning quarterback and be that bad?
It starts. In a lot of ways, Williams was the only reason that this team didn't lose more games. After the season, Williams was seen as the best NFL prospect, and he went number 1 overall in the 2024 NFL Draft. Currently, he's still trying to figure things out with the Bears. In 2024, the betting favorite to win the Heisman Trophy was Oregon's new transfer, Dillon Gabriel.
Wait, Dillon Gabriel? Okay, I don't remember this. Dillon Gabriel was actually the favorite? Wow.
This one was pretty interesting because the previous season he had not finished in the top 10 of the Heisman race, and he was on a different team. I think because Bo Nix had transferred there previously and had so much more success at Oregon than he did at Auburn, this factored into what people thought Gabriel would do with this loaded roster. Oregon was coming off a 12-2 season where they won the Fiesta Bowl, and with a roster as loaded as theirs, it really felt like if they just plugged in a decent quarterback into their offense, they would be national title contenders. And Gabriel had been more than decent. At Oklahoma, he threw for 30 touchdowns to just 6 interceptions in 2023. Well, 2024 got off to a slow start for Oregon. They had close calls versus Idaho and Boise State, but after those games, they began to roll. They dismantled UCLA, they beat number 2 Ohio State on the road, they crushed Illinois on the road, and then they went on to win the Big Ten championship.
Okay, they didn't beat Ohio State on the they didn't beat Ohio State at the shoe. They beat them in Autzen Stadium. Hopefully I pronounced that right.
Versus number 3 Penn State. During the season, Gabriel had done his part. The team was undefeated and they were the number 1 team in the country, and he had had a great year statistically. Ultimately, he finished 3rd in the Heisman race, mostly due to the amazing individual performances of Ashton Jeanty, who was the runner-up, and Travis Hunter, who was doing things that no one had really seen, at least in a very long time. Following the Heisman ceremony, Gabriel and the Ducks were slotted to play Ohio State for a second time, and the rematch was in the Rose Bowl. And it was nothing like the first game. The Buckeyes absolutely crushed Gabriel and the Ducks by
Man, I remember that, dude. Well, obviously I remember that. That was last year, but still. Man. Like, I was just absolutely shocked that happened. I watched the game with my family. Like everybody was watching it. And I was absolutely shocked that Ohio State just absolutely just destroyed Oregon. Absolutely destroyed them. Like, especially Jeremiah Smith, man. What a game he had. What a game. Just absolutely destroyed Oregon.
20 points. Despite the loss, Gabriel wrapped up one of the most unique yet successful college football careers. He played 3 years at UCF, transferred to Oklahoma for 2 years and had success, then transferred again and had another great season. He went on to get selected in the 3rd round by the Cleveland Browns and is currently their starting quarterback. So now we arrived at 2025, and the Heisman preseason favorite this year was Arch Manning, and it's safe to say that he's not going to win the award. Ultimately, this video goes to show that just because someone's the preseason favorite doesn't mean all that much. It might mean that they will have a good season, usually more times than not, but the odds of them winning the trophy are still very low because there's just so many variables, and there's a lot of players in the country. In fact, you have to go all the way back to 2004 to find the last preseason favorite to actually win the award. That honor goes to Matt Leinart. It's also the last time USC won a national title.
Pass again, looking long, has a man open, but he can't catch up, and when he does, Reggie Bush at the 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown, USC!
Okay, man, W video. All right, one more video from him. All right, the 5 levels of a diva wide receiver. All right, man, let's go.
Throwing temper tantrums on the sidelines, to wild end zone dances, to quitting mid-game never to play again. Diva wide receivers are some of the most entertaining and equally frustrating players in any sport.
We all divas, yeah. Excuse my profanity, but we supposed to be.
And in this video, we will go over the 5 levels of diva wide receivers. This idea was inspired by a video titled The 5 Levels of Industry Plant by the creator Jay Diggs. And I noticed this same concept across different creators, so shout out to those channels for this concept. Anyways, how did this term diva wide receiver come about, and why is it pretty much the only position that we use this term for? First off, the definition of the term diva from Oxford Languages is this: a self-important person who is temperamental and difficult to please, typically used of a woman. So in the case of calling a football player a diva, it's meant to be used in a negative way. But in fairness, football fans have a more broad usage of this term. They also could be referring to any player who tries to bring attention to themselves, whether that be because they are frustrated or celebrating a big play, or they're simply a diva by the way they carry themselves on and off the field. The term diva wide receiver gained prominence in the 1990s as players began to show more of their personalities. And unlike other positions, a receiver's entire livelihood is based on someone choosing to throw the ball to them instead of someone else. Imagine burning a DB covering you over and over just to have the quarterback not even look your way and dump it off to the tight end for a 2-yard gain. This is why star receivers often complain, because they know if they complain, they will get more targets. Also, for the 5 levels of diva wide receiver, these levels aren't meant to be exhaustive. It's simply to describe the nature of diva receivers and how they progress. And before we get to level 1, let's start with level 0, the non-diva. Larry Fitzgerald is the embodiment of the non-diva receiver, and given his credentials, most receivers would be a diva in his shoes. He was drafted 3rd overall in 2004 and went on to become one of the greatest receivers of all time. Fitz played 17 seasons, all with one team, a team that for the most part was irrelevant during his career. Yet, Fitz was consistently known for his work ethic, being regarded as a team-first type of player, and never complained. In 2015, he was awarded the Walter Payton Man of the Year, which recognized him for both his on-field performance as well as his significant impact off the field in his community. Fitzgerald is a rare type of guy. Most receivers of his caliber don't reflect the same type of attitude, at least not to the extent in which we saw Fitzgerald do during his career. And you'll see why here in a moment. Level 1, the competitive diva. AJ Brown is a good example of a receiver at this level, as he represents mild diva tendencies. The basic trait that unifies all diva receivers is seeing them visibly frustrated during games, and maybe doing a few other weird cryptic things. They may like a post on social media they shouldn't have, or maybe they make a cryptic post.
If you're not welcome, not listened to, quietly withdraw. Don't make a scene, shrug your shoulders, and be on your way.
About their lack of targets.
A lot of people have been saying like they hate the stereotype that receivers are divas.
We all divas, yeah. Excuse my profanity, but we supposed to be.
Like Justin Jefferson wearing real diamonds on the field, or Jamar Chase pretending to spray money in the defender's face. The behaviors at this level are pretty mild though, and are understandable in most cases. It's typically done by a team's bona fide star number 1 receiver, and the self-centered stuff isn't too out of hand, and any complaining is usually done in the name of competitiveness and desire to win, first and foremost. AJ Brown's a clear star number 1 receiver who's had a handful of incidents from social media posts to being caught on camera, visibly displeased with not getting the ball more. He's had quotes like this: "They throw the ball to me 100 times, I'm gonna want it 101 times. He's also been seen on the sideline reading a book. I don't know if this constitutes diva behavior, but it's still odd nonetheless. I'm never the receiver to go on the sideline or try to cause problems on the sideline. I'm not that guy," Brown said. "I think that's what you could describe as a diva, but I'm not that person." Even though AJ Brown says that, the constant news stories over the years related to his frustration does in fact point to him being a level 1 diva receiver.
Sunday after the game, I let my frustrations boil over.
Nick, I'm sure you saw the AJ post on social media where he quoted scripture and said, "If you're not welcomed, not listened to, quietly withdraw, don't make a scene, shrug your shoulders, and be on your way." Is it your understanding that AJ still wants to be here?
He's like, "Listen, hey, if you're not welcomed, not listened to, just quietly withdraw. Don't make a scene, don't post, shrug your shoulders, and be on your way." So I'm just trying to let you guys know who I am. But this is kind of loud, don't you think?
You pretty much never see anyone's backup slot receiver act like this, because that guy knows he's not in the position to do something like that. Only star receivers can behave like this, and I don't even blame guys like AJ Brown. Although it can be annoying, this is the most and I don't even blame guys in the position to do something like that. Only star receivers can behave like this, and I don't even blame guys like AJ Brown. Although it can be annoying, this is the most understandable level of diva receiver. Now, when it comes to AJ Brown's performance on the field, he's incredibly dominant and has made life easier for Jalen Hurts as a passer. It's a big reason why they ended up winning the Super Bowl. At the end of the day, we all want less of a burden on our shoulders when trying to get things done, which is why I use comment by perplexity. It's basically having an
We do not care.
To take things up a notch, level 2 divas display a bigger desire to have the spotlight focused on them, both on and off the field. Enter Chad Ochocinco, one of the greatest showmen in NFL history. Some players like Ochocinco who know they're great are going to let you know about it. During the 2000s, Chad Johnson, who later legally changed his name to Ochocinco, had made a name for himself with dominant receiver play and next level celebrations. From river dancing, putting with the pylon, doing CPR, proposing to a cheerleader, wearing a poncho and sombrero, jumping into the dog pound as a rival, and putting on a gold jacket. Anytime this dude scored, people eagerly anticipated his end zone dance. So much so that one time when he didn't do it, the opposing crowd booed him. This dude even sent opposing defensive backs packages.
Johnson, Cincinnati Bengals. He sent the whole secondary a packet. You see that? Wow.
On the alignment system, he'd land in the chaotic good. The dude was such an entertainer that we've seen him outside of the game on shows like Dancing with the Stars, WWE, professional bull riding, racing a horse, and he even made his own reality TV show on VH1. But despite all the outside noise, Ochocinco didn't have the reputation for complaining to the media or lashing out about a lack of targets. If it ever happened, which was rare, it was very mild and understandable. Looking back at the dictionary definition of a diva, a self-important person who is temperamental and difficult to please, this isn't overly accurate in describing Chad Ochocinco. As I said in the beginning, football fans use this term diva wide receiver more broadly. They often do mean a receiver who complains and gets upset easily, but they also could mean a guy who brings attention to himself as much as he can. Ochocinco is that type of diva, as opposed to AJ Brown. In some ways, he's less of an issue in the locker room than Brown, but he desired to be in the spotlight more, which is why I placed Ochocinco in level 2. The drama was pretty minimal for the former Bengals star. To take things up to level 3, Odell Beckham Jr. had a lot of the same celebratory pizzazz and attention-drawing techniques, but he also had a lot more outbursts, putting him alongside guys like Keyshawn Johnson, Michael Irvin, Stephon Diggs, and Dez Bryant. Like I said, for this video's purpose, we will just focus on one of these guys, which is OBJ. OBJ became a sensation in 2014 after not only making one of the greatest catches, if not the greatest one we've ever seen, but also putting up historic numbers. Combine that with his dances, showmanship, and style, and you have the development of a superstar. Like Ochocinco, Beckham's personality made him must-watch TV. Kids began getting hairstyles like him.
Yeah, like, dude. Odell Beckham is probably the most, well, in my lifetime, probably the most influential football player of all time. Like, he's definitely up there when it comes to influence. Like, I remember this. Like, I remember kids wanted to wear or wanted to have that Odell Beckham hairstyle. The mohawk or drop fade with the blonde hair, curly blonde hair.
People lined up to watch his one-handed pregame catches. Now here's where he takes this chaotic good arc, which we saw with Ochocinco, and bumps it down to chaotic neutral. OBJ became involved with numerous on and off the field incidents after becoming a star. He had his sideline tantrums. Specifically, his incidents with the kicking net went viral. In one week, he slammed it and got hit by it in the head. Then in another game, he made amends and proposed to the net. There were the fights with Josh Norman, publicly criticizing Giants coaching and Eli Manning. By the end of his time in New York, OBJ had been accused of being a locker room distraction and spotlight chaser, and he was subsequently traded in large part due to his personality being hard for the organization to manage. Drama followed OBJ once he went to Cleveland. This was due to a combination of OBJ's larger-than-life persona that the media took advantage of, and OBJ not getting out of his own way, saying things like,
"No, there's a bit of me that feel like the Giants sent me off. I've said it before, sent me off to Cleveland to die. You know, I could have went to the 49ers. I could have went to the Patriots. I could have went to teams that had a chance to be great, and that's not what their desire was. You can't tell me that this was the best trade package we could have got for you. No, your desire was to,
I mean, it's the Browns. Of course.
Me over a little bit.
From having to come out of games for wearing gear that wasn't allowed, to cryptic social media posts, OBJ's focus on himself and frustration to cryptic
every time you play the game, every time that you play their game, you lose. Oh well, you live and learn. I'm on my own stuff this time.
Social media posts, OBJ's focus on himself and frustration with being in Cleveland were felt from a mile away. And I haven't even mentioned his off-field incidents like the Paris hotel room controversy, getting escorted off the flight by police.
Remember that? Paris hotel controversy? I don't remember that.
Off-field incidents like the Paris hotel room controversy, getting escorted off the flight by police, and getting banned from LSU for a few years for handing out cash to players. OBJ's dad displayed his frustrations with the Browns for a few years for handing out cash to players.
And I remember that. When he handed out cash to LSU players. And of course, at the time, college athletes wasn't supposed to be making money, playing football. If OBJ was going to do something like this, it was kind of dumb just to do it in public, just giving them cash in public. He should have just did it like did it on the low, like a secret way, instead of just doing it in front of the cameras.
OBJ's dad displayed his frustrations with the Browns back in 2019 when he reposted a video about Baker Mayfield not throwing to his son. This incident was the catalyst to OBJ getting released mid-season by the team. Now, in fairness to OBJ, the Browns' ineptitude certainly hurt his career, which sucks, and he immediately had success after leaving Cleveland. Overall, as Odell would tell you himself, I am who I am, which is what's tattooed on its neck. He was a player whose huge personality was manageable at his peak and pre-injuries, and he was a player who cared a ton about winning, which was on clear display early on in New York. However, Odell's immaturity and being more of a football celebrity eventually overshadowed what he was doing on the field. But still, he's not at the level of diva that this next player is. Moving up to level 4, for the vast majority of football fans, Terrell Owens is the image they think of when they hear the term diva receiver. And when it comes to the totality of their entire NFL career, no player from start to finish embodies this archetype better. Throughout his career, T.O. became known for all the things we saw with Chad Johnson and OBJ. He was a dominant player. He had legendary touchdown celebrations and memorable quotes off the field. He was featured on TV, which included his own reality show in 2009, and he even appeared on Chad Johnson's reality show. And like OBJ, he constantly caused tension in the locker room. However, in a pre-social media era, the amount of attention that surrounded T.O. was off the charts. Let's take a look at his career diva antics.
Cause I love me.
In 2000, Owens' decision to extend his arms and look upwards on the Dallas Star caused major outrage in the stadium. And when he did it a second time, it sparked a bench-clearing brawl. Throughout his career with the 49ers, Owens had been outspoken about his dissatisfaction with his quarterback, Jeff Garcia, and the lack of team success. Then in 2004, Owens did an interview with Playboy magazine where he made a controversial comment about his former quarterback. He was asked if Garcia was gay, and Owens said, quote, "If it looks like a rat and smells like a rat, by golly, it is a rat."
Whoa. I didn't know about this.
Of course, Garcia, who later married a model in 2007 and had 4 children with her, expressed his frustrations with Owens' comments. And this was not the last time that Owens ripped it with his quarterback. In 2005, after Owens had an incredible performance in the Super Bowl playing on a broken leg, he publicly stated that he didn't receive enough recognition and called out teammates, including quarterback Donovan McNabb, for their lack of commitment and effort in the Super Bowl. This feud, along with beef between Owens and the Eagles front office, bled into that next season. Prior to the season, one of the most notorious incidents involving Owens happened when he held an impromptu workout for the media while he was suspended by the Eagles. And during this interview on his front lawn, Owens was doing sit-ups. During the season, Owens would come back to the team and play again, and he could be seen beefing with McNabb on the sidelines or calling him out publicly. He implied that McNabb choked in the Super Bowl and that the team would have been better off with Brett Favre at quarterback. This statement obviously did not sit well with the locker room. The last straw for his time in Philly occurred in November 2005, where Owens fought teammate and team ambassador Hugh Douglas in what was described as a WWE-like smackdown. After the physical exchange, Owens reportedly challenged other teammates, shouting, "You want some? Anyone else want some?" Later, Owens said that Douglas instigated the fight due to Owens milking an injury. However, Douglas explained, quote, "I think T.O. is forgetting a lot of the history with all that went down." He basically went on to say that T.O. instigated the incident because
Basically, from what I'm hearing, T.O. won the fight.
Someone told T.O. that Douglas was on the radio with local sports talk, and they were calling T.O. out, primarily due to him wearing a Michael Irvin Cowboys jersey as an Eagles player right after they lost to Dallas. Because that's just one thing you don't...
Okay, that is insane. Imagine... Dude. Let me think of a player. Like, imagine someone like, I don't know. Let me think of one player. Okay, I don't want to take up too much time, but imagine if it's someone like what player I can think of? Patrick Mahomes wearing a Raiders jersey, like an old Raiders jersey Raiders jersey after a game. What, you know how ridiculous that sounds? Patrick Mahomes in a Raiders jersey?
Do in Philadelphia. This led to Owens being suspended indefinitely from the team without pay. What's wild was Owens was having an all-pro level season through 7 games, as he was on pace for over 1,700 yards and 13 touchdowns. After he left Philly, Owens went to Dallas, where he would continue to have iconic moments, both as a great receiver and showman, as well as his usual sideline outbursts and drama. After a 2006 game against the Atlanta Falcons, the Falcons cornerback D'Angelo Hall stated that Owens spat in his face after a play earlier in the game. There wasn't any video evidence. However, the NFL did fine Owens for the incident. T.O. did deliver one of his most iconic lines after their playoff loss that season.
"That's my quarterback.
It's my quarterback."
However, not long after, Owens expressed resentment against Romo, basically because he was jealous of Tony Romo and Jason Witten's relationship. Owens thinks Romo and Witten, close friends and road teammates who came to Dallas in the same offseason, hold private meetings and create plays without including Owens, according to the source who speaks regularly with Owens' teammates. After he left Dallas, Owens was in the twilight of his career, and his best moments as a player were behind him. However, post-career, he did keep his outspoken reputation alive by getting in public disputes over his Hall of Fame voting, where he demanded more respect. And once he actually got into the Hall of Fame, Owens is the only inductee into the Hall of Fame to skip his induction and instead host a separate induction ceremony. It was hard to imagine T.O.'s career of diva behaviors would ever be topped.
Alright, who's level 5? Who's the most diva wide receiver ever?
To outdo him. Enter
AB
Antonio Brown. Now, when it comes to the totality of one's career with diva behavior, like I said with Terrell Owens, he is the perfect example. But for the most absurd end-of-career shenanigans, Antonio Brown's antics are so outrageous that it makes Terrell Owens' actions look like child's play. After establishing himself as a starter, AB rarely missed games and totally dominated, making 7 Pro Bowls in 8 years. He had some absurd hairstyles, crazy end zone dances.
The Lego hairstyle.
Years. He had some absurd...
that's the Lego haircut. Remember that haircut.
Absurd hairstyles, crazy end zone dances, and kicked that punter in the face. But overall, we outsiders watched a guy who was arguably the best at his craft during his prime virtually get into no trouble on and off the field. But that all changed after the 2016 season. There's AB's career pre-perfect hit and post-perfect hit. Pre-perfect hit, Antonio Brown was only ever involved in a small handful of incidents that the public ever heard about. But post-perfect hit, AB has done a mix of shocking and sad behavior. I think the best way to go over these incidents is to blow right through them, because there's so many, and here's a list compiled by Reddit user Journey1986 to give you an idea. Drove 100 miles per hour in a 45 miles an hour speed limit, trashed a condo and threw furniture out a 14th floor window, which almost hit some people, notably a child. Killed an aquarium full of piranhas and refused to pay the man who installed the tank. In week 17 of the 2018 season, AB refused to play for the Steelers. Then at halftime, decided to leave the sidelines and go home. He later dyed his mustache blonde. Refused to pay a chef because he thought he threatened him by placing a fish head in the freezer. Farted on a doctor. Demanded a trade from the Steelers. Became Mr. Big Chest. Threw a fit over Juju winning team MVP and trashed him on social media.
What?
Threw a fit over...
Okay, I don't remember this. Boy fumbled the whole postseason in the biggest game of the year. Everyone went blind to busy, making guys famous. Not enough reality these days. By the way, check the list.
Juju winning team MVP and trashed him on social media. Allegedly, he nixed a trade that would have sent him to the Bills. After being traded to the Raiders, AB showed up to Raiders training camp in a hot air balloon. Shortly thereafter, he held out and refused to show up to training camp because the NFL would not approve his helmet because it was too old for their safety standards. He later got frostbite in a cryotherapy chamber after not wearing proper footwear. In response to the helmet incident, AB painted over his old helmet, hoping that no one would notice. Then he acquired a newer version of the same model helmet, which the NFL also refused. He got fined by the Raiders for not attending camp. Then he tried to fight the GM Mike Mayock, calling him a cracker, and had to be held back.
Oh my goodness, bro. Oh man.
By Vontaze Burfict of all people. Following that altercation, AB punted a football down the practice field and said, "Fine me for that." And he got fined for that.
Alright, I'm not reading all that, but when your own team want to hate, but there's no stopping me now, devil is a lie. Everyone got to pay this year, so we clear.
Later, he released a video where he used audio of John Gruden, who didn't know that he was being recorded, which is illegal in California, but Gruden decided not to pursue it further. AB later demanded to be released by the Raiders, and was released. He then signed with the Patriots and moved in with Tom Brady. Then the sexual assault and harassment allegations came out. AB threatened one of the women in a group text, and these allegations got him released by the Patriots after just 1 week with the team. AB later went off on Twitter, saying,
"Will not be playing in the NFL anymore. These owners can cancel deals, do whatever they want at any time. We will see if the NFLPA hold them accountable. Sad they can void guarantees anytime soon on 40M 2 months. We'll see if they pay up."
He was done with the NFL. AB then went back to college via online classes and tried to outsource his homework to Twitter. Then he decided he wanted to return to the NFL.
Tom Brady and these boys, like, they talking to me like I got a selfish impact because maybe the plays I'm making, like I'm standing David Allen, I got like 10 cars out there. I'm having different models come,
He filed several grievances to try and get more than $40 million from the Raiders and Patriots. He was ordered to show up for deposition regarding trashing the condo, and was accused of reprehensible behavior during the deposition. In his effort to return to the NFL, AB tried out for the Saints and brought an entourage and film crew with him to shoot a music video, which the Saints had specifically told him not to do. He started training for a boxing match with Logan Paul, and eventually the attorney who represented him in the suit involving the condo quit. In an incident with the cops, AB used a bunch of slurs and profane language towards the cops in an Instagram video that he posted. A police youth football league cut ties with him and returned a donation after the release of the video, saying there was an irreparable rift between the department and AB. AB later got dropped by his agent. Then there was an incident where AB was involved in a dispute with movers at his home, where he allegedly threw rocks at the movers and moving vans. A warrant was issued for the arrest of AB, and AB turned himself in wearing this suit. Despite all this going on, rumors spread about AB signing with Tampa Bay or Seattle, but AB announced his retirement for perhaps the third time. Then just 2 days later, AB said he wanted to play again and asked for the league to wrap up its investigation. After the NFL did wrap up that investigation, they announced an 8-game suspension for AB. AB then signed with the Buccaneers on a 1-year deal. But before he signed with the Buccaneers, AB was accused of destroying a surveillance camera at a Florida gated community, throwing a bike at a security guard shack. Then after his suspension, things did go a bit quiet for a while as AB helped the Bucs go on to win the Super Bowl. And less than a year later, in November 2021, Brown was suspended 3 games after it was revealed that he submitted a fake COVID-19 vax card to the NFL. And as the season progressed, there was frustration within the organization, as the team felt that Brown wasn't taking his ankle rehab seriously following a midseason injury. And then, during a Week 17 game against the New York Jets, AB became visibly upset on the sideline. He refused multiple instructions from his coaches, and reportedly due to a dispute about that ankle injury and the number of targets that he was receiving, AB felt like he had enough. He took off his jersey and pads and ran off the field, signaling a peace sign to the fans.
Never played in the NFL ever
as he
again.
left. AB never played in the NFL again.
Antonio Brown tweeted out, "Sincerely, AB," with a picture of a quote. It says, "My biggest regret in my career doesn't involve calling my GM a cracker or showing up to Raiders camp late in a hot air balloon with frozen feet or throwing rocks at the UPS driver. And it definitely doesn't involve taking my shirt off and doing a victory lap around the Jets stadium mid-game while throwing up the deuces. My biggest regret is that I'll never get to see me, Antonio Brown, play a game live."
His post-career journey has been much of the same drama. It has included bankruptcy and non-stop legal issues. It's been mostly a sad, shocking story that, at this point, is no longer surprising. I mentioned earlier the stark contrast before and after the Burfict hit, but it's not really fair to try and blame this all on the repercussions of that hit. People are quick to say that AB's recent history is a sign of CTE, but that would be attempting to let him off the hook. If you go back to his college days, Brown was kicked off of FIU's football team after an altercation with a security guard where he apparently said to him, quote, "Don't touch me, I'm the franchise." His former teammate Ryan Clark said that Antonio Brown's problematic attitude and self-centeredness were apparent early in his career.
What did you say when the fight happened? Over there, when you was way over there. I told you that I was finna f you up. No, you said, I knew when y'all paid him, he was gonna change. And I was right.
This is proof that the selfishness and poor behavior has been with AB for a long time. And even when making this video, he was involved in another incident. So all in all,
Yeah, he was innocent, by the way. He was innocent. He was actually trying to protect himself.
AB is the
dudes were trying to take his chain.
Biggest diva in NFL history. He's actually far beyond the diva moniker because he is a criminal who has been arrested numerous times. Crazy to think that this Antonio Brown was once that guy. During his prime, I think that he was the best receiver I've ever watched. From 2012 to 2018, there was no stopping this guy, as he just flat out dominated.
Antonio Brown, still one of my favorite, well, still my favorite receiver of all time. He's doing a P.O. box opening. Oh, you already know he's about to get some weird stuff. Okay. Okay, one more. It's 11:58. I want to play some games, so I'll watch one more.
He was supposed to be the chosen one, a national.
All right, I think Tua Tagovailoa fooled the Miami Dolphins. Let's go.
He was supposed to be the chosen one, a national champion, a Heisman finalist, the quarterback the Dolphins were willing to tank for. They gave him weapons, they gave him a coach tailored to his strengths, and for a while, it looked like it was all working. But as the seasons passed and the hits piled up, the spotlight got hotter and the truth started to surface. Maybe Tua wasn't the answer Miami thought he was.
Tua's time in Miami, it has to be done because Tua is descending while the rest of the AFC and AFC quarterbacks are ascending.
I'm not here to bash the man. This is just a full story of how hype, injuries, and sky-high expectations collided in one of the most confusing careers in recent NFL history. Did the Dolphins fail Tua, or did Tua fail the Dolphins?
You're not that guy, pal. Trust me. You're not that guy.
To know how we even got here to ask this question, we must go back to January 8th, 2018. It all started in the biggest moment imaginable, the national championship. Alabama was trailing Georgia when true freshman quarterback Tua strides onto the field after halftime when Nick Saban made a move by benching the starting quarterback Jalen Hurts for a true freshman who barely saw the field that season. And just on his second drive, he bombs a touchdown, then another, and then down 3 in overtime, Tua drops back, looks off a safety, and launches a perfect 41-yard bomb to Devontae Smith.
Fires to the end zone.
Alabama wins. A walk-off touchdown. Bama wins the natty, and just like that, Tua goes from backup to a legend in a matter of minutes.
It was just a great team effort. And they were the guys that made me look good tonight. So,
your reaction when you found out Tua was going to start the second half, honestly,
he was going to step in and do his thing.
From that night on, he wasn't just the new face of Alabama football. He was the next big thing coming for the NFL. The next season, 2018, he backed it up with numbers that looked made up. 3,900 passing yards, 43 touchdowns through the air, 5 more on the ground. And he did all that with the game basically being over by halftime every week. He finished second in the Heisman voting behind Kyler Murray, setting school records for career touchdown passes, and posted the highest passer rating in NCAA history, 199.4. The dude was surgical. Calm in the pocket, eyes always downfield. Analysts fell all over themselves praising his accuracy and football IQ, even dubbing his potential a lefty Drew Brees.
What NFL quarterback does he remind you of? His game actually reminds you of?
It's Drew Brees. Tua, to me, that is Drew Brees.
So yeah, scouts were geeking about him, but here's the thing about hype. It only tells half the story, because while Tua was putting up cartoon stats and rewriting the SEC record books, his body was already starting to fall apart. He had ankle surgery in 2018, then again in 2019, and then came the injury that changed everything. This whole sequence is kind of crazy, because remember, I said Bama was blowing out teams by halftime, which would lead to Tua being pulled early in the game. But on this day, I believe the announcers jinxed him. Just take a listen for yourself.
That's about the drama, right? When will Tua check out for the afternoon? Bama's had 5 possessions, 5 touchdowns.
You heard that right? Well, this literally happened that same play.
Of this first half. Comes out throwing. On the run. Pressure from behind.
A dislocated hip and fractured pelvis after getting rolled up on. And it wasn't just a normal injury. Doctors were saying it was similar to what ended Bo Jackson's career.
You're up by 28 against a team you're going to dominate. Why is Tua in the football game?
So now the NFL world had a problem. You got a guy with insane talent who just lit up college football for 2 straight years, but he's limping towards the draft with 2 bad ankles, a major hip surgery, and questions about whether he'd ever be the same again.
So the first 6 weeks, no weight bearing, on the right leg. They say right after that, start walking with the walker and, still kind of using the crutches, but walking with the crutches.
But that didn't stop the hype train though. If anything, it made it louder, especially in Miami. See, the Dolphins were rebuilding under new head coach Brian Flores and GM Chris Gear, and let's be honest, they were bad, like really bad. They traded away their best players, lost by 49 in the opener, and fans immediately knew what time it was. Tank for Tua signs started popping up at games. Social media couldn't stop talking about it. Miami wasn't just losing, they were strategically losing.
I wonder how conscious are you of the Tank for Tua hashtag and all that?
Yeah, it's flattering, but everyone's saying Tank for Tua now, and then we end up losing, the rest of the season, all our games. They won't be there saying it again. So
And while Coach Bryant swore up and down that taking was disrespectful to the game, let's be real, it looked like the front office had already circled Tua's name in Sharpie. They traded away some big names, Laramie Tunsil, Minkah Fitzpatrick, and a few other guys under 26, all gone before mid-season. By week 10, it felt less like a rebuild and more like a countdown to the Tua pick.
These guys are putting bad film on tape because they're not trying to win, and it's going to shorten their careers. And you know who's going to benefit from them? The owner and the general managers and maybe the potential future coach. These guys aren't going to benefit from it. They're going to be out of the league, having their careers ruined by a selfish team like the Dolphins.
With the 5th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Tua Tagovailoa, quarterback, Alabama.
Just like expected, the Dolphins finally got their guy at 5th overall, one pick before Justin Herbert, which that part is going to matter later. Dolphins owner Stephen Ross.
Oh man, I was about to say something about that, but I'll say something a little later, just like he said.
And GM Chris Gear had stalked Tua his whole college career, flying to multiple Alabama games just to make sure he was their guy. They saw Tua as a franchise QB prototype, accurate, smart, a born winner. Even Coach Brian Flores cheered. He fit a lot of the criteria, a good person, leadership qualities. In that moment, the stage was set for a new beginning and bring the winning culture back to Miami, or so everyone thought.
Like Tua.
But reality hit fast because by the time Tua hit the field, the momentum it slowed down. He was still coming off major hip surgery, no preseason, no full camp, and the Dolphins, they weren't handing him the keys. Not yet. They eased him in behind Ryan Fitzpatrick. And when Tua did get to start midseason, the training wheels were on. Short throws, quick reads, conservative play calls. Miami's offense looked more like a cautious preschool experiment than a full throttle NFL attack. Rarely did we see Tua let it rip downfield, but then came Denver. Fourth quarter, Dolphins trailing. Tua gets benched. Fitzmagic takes over.
Thoughts were whatever was going to be best for the team. We couldn't, when I was in, we couldn't really get things going.
You could just hear it in his voice. He knew what just happened. The franchise guy just got pulled in crunch time. Every time Fitzpatrick suited up, the crowd cheered, feeding the uncertainty. Fans and media started whispering, was Tua really the answer, or did Miami make a mistake? By season's end, the raw numbers told the tale. As a starter, Tua was 6-3 with a 64% completion rate, 14 touchdowns, and 5 interceptions. Decent record, okay stats, but plenty of observers had second thoughts. One analyst noted that his 6-3 record was lifted more by the defense and luck than Tua's heroics. Everywhere you looked, voices were divided. Some blamed the coaches or the awful offensive line. Others tweeted, we drafted him instead of Herbert because Justin was out in LA balling, throwing for 4,300 yards and winning Rookie of the Year. That comparison, it never stopped. And deep down, Dolphins fans were starting to feel it too. That lingering question nobody wanted to say out loud. Did we pick the wrong guy? Throughout it all, Tua stayed humble. And in his limited media chat, he acknowledged his rookie year was eye-opening.
Well, because I have high expectations for myself, and if I'm not meeting those expectations, then to me, it's never good.
So, year 2, time to take the leap, right? Except it didn't go that way. Tua came into 2021 with high expectations. No Fitzpatrick safety net this time. The job was fully his, but his body still not fully on board. Week 2, he suffered bruised ribs.
Obviously, Matt, in a lot of pain.
Yeah, it looks like he held his rib initially.
Later in the season, fractured his finger in his throwing hand. And in one game, he left after just 8 plays and never returned. This season, he ultimately missed 4 games. Every time he got banged up, Miami's faint momentum stalled. The vibe shifted from hope to worry. It was frustrating for him and everyone watching. The offensive line didn't help either. Miami gave up pressure like it was free candy on Halloween. One of the worst O-lines in the league. You could see it. Happy feet, rush throws, plays collapsing before they started. It was hard to tell if Tua was struggling or just surviving. The Dolphins actually ripped off 7 straight wins mid-season, but the surge couldn't last. In Week 17, Miami was crushed by Tennessee, a knockout blow that officially ended any playoff spot. When the final whistle blew in 2021, fans were left hanging, a near miss instead of a miracle. They went 9-8. Against playoff teams, Miami fell short again and again. Every time they needed a big win, the offense came up small. And outside the building, the noise was getting louder. The headlines turned nasty. Every misstep in the teal and orange fueled the wrong pick debate. One guy was breaking records in LA, and the other was still trying to finish games in Miami. Fan forums were split. Some said, give him time. Others, we picked the wrong dude.
Tua under pressure last couple of weeks. He's bad, isn't he? Please judge quarterbacks when life isn't perfect. Tua is small and brittle and not very athletic.
Even the media couldn't hide it anymore. Even years later, critics pointed back to this season. As a Sports Illustrator bluntly wrote, 5 years later, it's still difficult to suggest that the Dolphins got it right on picking Tua. The narrative was brutal. Miami's gamble on Tua was under fire, and Tua himself was caught in the middle of the storm. By the end of 2021, the hope was still there, but it was bruised, like Tua. The injuries, the inconsistency, the noise, everything was building. The whispers about coaching decisions and roster flaws swirled again. It was a cliffhanger of a season. The lights dimmed on 2021 without answers, only questions. Would the next chapter be redemption or ruin? So instead of moving on from Tua, Miami doubled down. By spring, they dropped another bomb. They traded 5 draft picks to Kansas City for Tyreek Hill.
Dolphin Nation, I am so ready to be a part of Fins Up, man. Your boy Cheetah, so excited.
Shortly after,
to be a part of Fins
He's saying that while still wearing the Chiefs chain.
Up, man. Your boy Cheetah, so excited.
Shortly after, they hired Kyle Shanahan's disciple, Mike McDaniel, to get the offense right. They even poured resources into the trenches, adding linemen to fix what had been the NFL's worst pass blocking unit. It was a bold, all-in offseason overhaul. The front office was saying, we still believe in Tua, while everyone else was screaming, are they crazy? Finally, Miami had weapons everywhere. Tyreek, Waddle, speed on speed. Social media was wild. Waddle was getting Mario Kart memes. Tyreek was getting called a real-life cheat code. People joked it wasn't football, it was a track meet. And for a while, they weren't wrong. Waddle immediately rewrote history as a rookie. He set the NFL record for receptions in his rookie season with 102 catches. And Tyreek, he didn't miss a beat either, piling up 1,700 receiving yards and 7 touchdowns in his first year in Miami. An elite wide receiver 1 performance. They upgraded the backfield too with Chase and Raheem, both veterans of McDaniel's 49ers.
Wait, you said Islam or JDM? Islam.
Run game, added creativity and speed to the backfield. McDaniel's scheme, a hybrid of Shanahan's run concept and a wide open air raid passing, stitched it all together. After all, the Dolphins suddenly had playmakers at all levels and looked like an offensive juggernaut waiting to explode. Tua lit it up, led the NFL in passer rating, led in yards per attempt.
He said Islam looks huge, but I think he'll gas. Possibly later rounds, like probably like in round 3 or 4, but I still think Islam should be able to get it done. But I'm not counting out JDM though.
Even missed 4 games and still dropped 4,500 passing yards and 25 touchdowns. The offense was top 5. At one point, nearly 500 yards a game. It looked effortless. Miami snapped their playoff drought, finally, and for the first time in years, it felt like the Dolphins mattered again. But here's the twist, because now there were no more excuses. The team was stacked, the coaches were in his corner, the front office gave him everything. So every interception, every misread, every game that wasn't perfect, yeah, that was on Tua now. The pressure wasn't just rising, it was earned. But wait a minute. Before I get too far ahead of myself talking about all the good 2022 brought for the Dolphins, it was probably their scariest year in franchise history because of number 1. His injuries were not just bad.
Jack's grappling defense is great too. So Islam has to hope JDM slips up. But what about Eubank versus Ben? To be honest with you, I haven't To be honest with you, I haven't looked at the first fight between Eubank and Ben, but I'll answer your question for you. I'll just say Connor Ben. I'll just say that.
They were life-threatening. It started in week 3. Tua takes a hit, gets up, stumbles, then collapses. The stadium went silent immediately. He limped off the field shaking, and Miami doctors oddly labeled it a back injury, and he went back into the game. Twitter called it BS.
If any player is ever demonstrating signs of growth.
You said the first one was really close, but Eubank took it? Oh, okay. A W prediction. Yeah, it's kind of a guess, but yeah. I guess I'll go with Connor Ben to win against Eubank.
Motor instability, he's not allowed to play. So the Dolphins have been adamant that he didn't suffer a concussion and that it was a back injury.
Later that week, it got worse. On Thursday Night Football in Cincinnati, on a pursuit play, the Bengals nose tackle got loose, got to Tua, and slammed him to the ground. We all remember the replay.
Oh, I seen this. This was probably Tua's. Well, this was Tua's nastiest concussion. Terrible concussion.
And
Tua hit the ground and with.
You said you should have seen the last fight. It's probably the fight of the year. They went to war every single round. Yeah, I'll check it out at some point.
Within seconds, he was completely still, and it was like he didn't have control over his body anymore. The stadium went quiet as team doctors rushed the field. Eventually, he was carted off on a stretcher and in a neck brace. Teammates started to gather at midfield for a tense prayer. Fans at home felt sick. 2 shocking head injuries just days apart, and each play played out in live primetime. Everyone was thinking the worst. In the aftermath, the entire NFL seemed to lose its mind at the Dolphins organization for letting them play.
Somebody need to be fired. Now I don't know who.
You said inshallah Ben by decision. Okay.
But somebody got to go. I'm looking at Mike McDaniels, the coach. I'm wondering, what the hell are you thinking? Now,
you don't sit up, shake your head to get the cobwebs out, stand up, do it again, start to run and stumble on yourself if you have a back injury.
The NFLPA demanded a full review of Miami's concussion protocol after the Buffalo scare. Aaron Rodgers, who rarely talks, even has some words to say about him.
You know, it's probably time to maybe consider shutting it down when you've had some episodes.
Reporters bombarded Coach Mike McDaniel in pressers. He admitted it was a scary moment, but insisted he'd never knowingly put a player in harm's way.
Yeah, it was a scary moment. That was an emotional moment. That is not part of the deal that anyone signs up for, even though you know it's a possibility.
And for that comment, the media called him out for his bullshit.
With Stephen A, somebody got to be suspended or somebody got to be fired. Mike McDaniel's statement fell on deaf ears with me.
Absolutely.
You already put a player in harm's way.
Still, the big question buzzed everywhere. Can Miami really build around a quarterback who keeps getting injured? Yeah, they love Tua, but behind the scenes, experts were uneasy. Concussion specialists and team docs warned that repeated hits like this can't be shrugged off. The question hung over every meeting and every game. How many concussions are too many? If a quarterback is fragile off the field, how much can the team trust him on it? It's true, Tua was electric when healthy. Like I said, he led the NFL in passer rating that year, slinging lasers that made defenders look silly. Every time Miami scored, fans pumped their fists, but always with a sigh of relief, because the moment highlight reels ended, the headlines about the latest injury started to appear. Analysts began doing the math. Is it wise to bet a Super Bowl dreams on a guy whose medical report is almost as full as his stat sheet? Miami's season became a tightrope. Everything was good when Tua was in the pocket, but anxious every time he took a shot. But moving along, we gotta talk about his production when he's actually on the field. When his stats exploded in 2022 and 23, the critics moved fast. On TV and social media, they painted him as a fraud quarterback and that he was only shining because of his star receivers.
I keep saying it, everyone wants to make this about me, about Tyreek. Like, please, keep pushing it to Tyreek. Like, make it about Tyreek. If you want polarizing, whether I'm the best, whether I'm the worst, like, I could care less. Like, if anyone has something bad to say about me, but I keep receipts. We all have a way of how we do things. But
Shannon Sharp even ripped him on First Take.
He doesn't care, but he spends 90 minutes at the podium telling you that he doesn't care. No, don't get up there. You.
Yeah, sounds like a cope.
Beat the Jets. You beat the lonely, pathetic playing Jets You hang 30 on them, they get nothing, and now you want to beat your chest like you King Kong on the Empire State Building? Bruh, you standing up there like you Dan Marino. Stop playing.
Analysts dug into scheme too. McDaniel's offense was built for quick strikes, short throws, jet sweeps, screens, creative RPOs, handing the ball to world-class weapons. CBS Sports' Cody Benjamin summed it up. In that 49ers style system with Hill and Waddle blazing, any half-decent quarterback could look like an MVP. Metrics backed up the suspicion. Pro Football Focus noted Tua was among the NFL's best when kept in clean pockets, 4th highest passer rating league-wide, but fell down to 35th whenever the pressure came, leaving a question many critics wanted answers to. How often does Tua have to thread a deep bomb or improvise? How many wild throws do he really make on his own? By 2025, even the QB power rankings felt skeptical. PFF slotted Tua only 18th among starters and called him the most polarizing quarterback, and comparing his eye-popping production to his overall grade. They questioned whether he had ever returned to that 2023 form after injuries, and others made similar points. In 2023, they praised Tua as a stat machine, 4,600 yards, 29 touchdowns, but warned that those numbers will start to disappear down the stretch, or when the weather turns cold and defenses start adjusting. By comparison, the peers often cited Herbert, Allen, Hurts had put up huge numbers behind far less star wide receiver groups. So the real question hung in the air. Was Tua's success just a production of his situation? But see, Tua, he has kryptonite, and it's not anyone on defense of any other team in the league, but it's the temperature as it starts to lower, because those big numbers that we see from Tua only comes when it's warm outside in the regular season. Tua and the Miami's offense were dogs against weak opponents. They tore up middle of the pack defenses without mercy, but when the calendar flipped to big games, playoff intensity, elite pass rushers, top ranked units, the facade is cracked wide open.
Tua's arm strength is exposed in cold weather.
In their latest playoff appearance versus the Chiefs, where it was -4 degrees at kickoff of the AFC wildcard game, Miami's one big play was a 53-yard Tyreek Hill touchdown, then nothing else. The Chiefs had Tua looking like a chicken with his head cut off, sacking him repeatedly, and Miami went 1 for 12 on 3rd down. In all, they only had 264 yards, and Tua went 20 of 39 for 199 yards, 1 touchdown, and 1 interception. By the 4th, the Dolphins had faded to a 26-7 loss, extending Miami's playoff losing streak yet again. But a lot of folks weren't just saying it was all on the Chiefs defense, because the weather played a villain too. Critics pounced on what
Tua's not built for the cold.
they called Tua's cold weather resume. Miami had not won a game all season that started at or below 40 degrees. Tua is 6-13 in games under 70 degrees and winless under 40 degrees.
Most of the teams they're going up against, wherever you turn, it's going to be cold weather. And the Miami Dolphins have already shown us they worse than Stephen A. They ain't trying to feel the cold weather.
Even Tua himself was fighting the narrative. After a December snowstorm up in Buffalo, he tried to shrug it off.
I mean, I'm excited to kill narratives, so let's go. Bring it on.
But the stat sheets spoke for themselves. Tua can't win in cold weather. Tua can't win in the playoffs. And here's the thing, while guys like Josh Allen and Joe Burrow were building playoff resumes, Tua still hasn't won a single postseason game. Fair or not, that's how quarterbacks are judged. Not in October, but in January. And let's just say, January hasn't been kind to Tua at all. Last offseason, Miami made some head-scratching moves. After all the injury scares, they still were betting it all on Tua. They signed him to a long-term deal, $212 million over 5 years. The deal
5-year, $212 million contract to an injury-prone quarterback.
to him as the franchise QB, and suddenly fans were scratching their heads. But with the money came a giant bullseye. McDaniel and Chris Gear had essentially bet their jobs on Tua, laying down a new mantra: no more excuses. The pressure cooker was on. Fast forward to this season, it has been a shit show for Tua and the Dolphins. Expectations crashed into reality with an 0-3 start. Critics pounced. Colin Cowherd, always quick with the hot take, openly mocked Tua's stature after a loss in Buffalo. "Don't tell me size don't matter," he blurted, highlighting that winning teams usually have taller, stronger quarterbacks.
But the Tua thing is interesting because there's a cap hit here. And I've said the NFL went through a decade where they convinced themselves that quarterback size doesn't matter. maybe this isn't going to beat Josh Allen. Josh Allen's going nowhere, Eric, for the next 10 years.
It was getting so bad to where other analysts were saying the same thing. Just taking a listen to Acho.
Tua Tagovailoa was supposed to be the #1 overall pick before Joe Burrow because of what he did not only in college but what he showed us going into the league. He could process better than anybody, but now with Tua, his physical limitations have become so heightened you can't ignore them. I can't look past Tua's limitations.
Overnight, Tua's personal narrative turned from rising star to under the spotlight quarterback who still has something to prove. But the negative chatter hit an all-time high when Cam Newton weighed in on First Take. He wanted Tua to stop doubting himself, instead let it rip with Miami's loaded offense. After all, he had Tyreek, Jalen, and McDaniel at his disposal, yet the results weren't there.
Tagovailoa is making more than Patrick Mahomes, Justin Herbert, Lamar Jackson, Jalen Hurts. What Biggie say? More money, more problems. Well, in this case, it should be more money, more expectations. Especially when you got a Ferrari and a Lamborghini and other amenities that some quarterbacks wish they had.
Tired of all the hot takes he was receiving, Tua decided to bark back.
I want to see anybody on the streets come and play quarterback. I mean, Cam's doing his thing for sure, but you know, I think it's easier to be able to hold a clicker and talk about it that way. Or,
dude, like, what? What? Does he know who he's talking to? Like, dude, you talking about a former, like a 2015 MVP. And made a Super Bowl and played in the Super Bowl.
Talk
like,
about
come on, dude.
What someone else is doing wrong when you're not going out and having to do the same as them.
Like, did you just hear this man? He's really trying to clown a guy who played his position and actually took his team all the way. Like he was just some random analyst that never played the sport.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, dude, he won an NFC championship, and you didn't. He won an MVP. And Tua didn't. What's he on about?
On one hand, it read as brash confidence. On the other, it came off as frustration-laced arrogance. The clip went viral and fans instantly divided. Was this a quarterback finally standing up for himself or a star deflecting blame? Either way, the war of words had jumped off the TV screen and into Miami's locker room. And the tension exploded publicly after their Week 6 loss. Tua let something slip out that should have stayed in-house.
We have guys showing up to player-only meetings late. Guys not showing up to player-only meetings. Like, it's a lot of things of that nature that we got to get cleaned up.
Suddenly, the quarterback wasn't just losing games, he was airing out the Dolphins' dirty laundry. What was meant as tough love from a captain became, in the public eye, a leadership crisis. The reaction was swift and brutal.
Isn't he just telling on himself? He's the leader of the team, and guys aren't showing up to player-only meetings. This has nothing to do with the coaches, the front office, etc. Players-only meetings are governed by players. Very weird to talk about and admit.
Old school vets piled on Tua for breaking the unspoken code. An ex-Dolphins guard raged online about the leakage of team information being flagrant and unnecessary. Even his old coach stepped in with a few words to say.
I was really shocked that Tua did what he did when he threw some guys under the bus. I always try to tell our players is, you know, you never criticize another player, and in my entire coaching career, you never ever saw me criticize one of our players.
The course around the NFL was the same. Tua had crossed the line, which ultimately led Tua to apologize days later.
I would say I've made a mistake, and I'm owning up to that right now.
But the narrative had already flipped. On the field so far, the results are horrible. Miami is sitting at 2-7 and ranked near the bottom of the league in total offense and red zone efficiency. Them fans down there in Miami declared it as the most disappointing start in franchise history. And experts pointed out Tua's career worst touchdown to interception ratio in his stretch. The $54 million pointed out Tua's career worst touchdown.
Okay, 1,000 so far in the 2025 regular season, he has had 1,952 passing yards, 17 touchdown passes, and 13 interceptions. My goodness. And a QBR of 45.1.
on the interception ratio in his stretch. The $54 million a year contract suddenly looks like dead money. And there's whispers about whether the Dolphins might have to cut their losses, like maybe a trade.
Tua's time in Miami, it has to be done because Tua is descending while the rest of the AFC and AFC quarterbacks are ascending.
By week 9, it all collapsed in real time. The Ravens smacked Miami 28-6 on Thursday Night Football, and the franchise finally pulled the plug on its front office. Owner Stephen Ross announced Chris Gear, Miami's football boss since 2016, was out by mutual agreement. The once promising Dolphins looked like a sinking ship, and Tua's large contract had become the iceberg. In just a few chaotic months, optimistic offseason dreams had turned into a complete meltdown on and off the field. The dominoes fell fast. So it's time for the final question. Who failed who? They built a dream offense around Tua, drafted Waddle, traded for Tyreek, signed a great play caller, and piled up beefy linemen. On paper, they were a contender team. At times, Miami led the league in yards and scoring. Tua even topped the NFL in passer rating one year and was the passing yard king the next. With that arsenal, the Dolphins can whisper, we gave him everything. If everything fell apart, the implication hangs in the air. Isn't that on him? But if you flip the script, Tua has a side of the story too. When his body held up, he was electric, lighting defenses up, ringing up wins, earning every accolade. He finished seasons atop key charts back to back, proving he could win games. But Faye had other plans. Sprained ankles, torn Achilles, concussion after concussion, one setback after another, each injury chipping at the foundation. So he might ask, how fair is it to blame the man who did this, that, and the other, only to watch the team crumble when he got hurt? Some analysts even noted that he was very far from the biggest reason Miami failed, given all the broken pieces around him. So since we're here, I want you to give your take down in the comments. Let me know how you really feel about this. And if you enjoyed this video,
dude, you know, there was some reports, you know, back in the 2020 NFL draft, the coach at the time, Brian Flores, he never wanted Tua. He never wanted him. Who he wanted was Justin Herbert, not Tua. And, well, so far, Brian Flores was right. Like he was. And that team, the Miami Dolphins, they need a reset. They need a reset. Like if they can move on from Tua, get a new quarterback, that's going to be difficult to move on from Tua. But if they can possibly get a new quarterback in the draft, possibly Fernando Mendoza, you know, that would be cool to see Fernando Mendoza play for the Miami Dolphins, because he is from Miami and he's also, I think he's also Cuban too. That would be cool. Seeing the dude that's from Miami playing for the Miami Dolphins, that would be cool. And possibly move on from the head coach too, Mike McDonald, man. And also, you know, let Tyreek leave, because Tyreek, he obviously doesn't want to play for the Dolphins. And the Dolphins, there were rumors that the Dolphins was going to trade Jalen Waddle, but Waddle's staying, obviously. So yeah, like the Dolphins, they need a reset. They need a reset. They just rebuild, like reset. It's like, I'm not a Dolphins fan, but it just sucks seeing them become one of the worst teams in the NFL. Like it absolutely sucks. Like the NFL is better when Miami's a somewhat of a good team, like a good team. But unfortunately, they're not. But it is what it is. Anyways, I'll be right back. It's 12. It's all well. Gotta stop stuttering. It is 12:32. You know, it's pretty late already. Should have streamed at like 7, around 7. But anyways, it's all good. It's Friday. I'll be right back.
Wonder, 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 wonder.
All right, I'm back. Okay. Well, since it's like 12:36, it's pretty late. I'm probably just gonna play like one game or two of College Football 26. Should have went live earlier, but I don't know why I didn't.
It's in the game.
playoffs? I made the playoffs. Okay. Well, I'm about to get knocked out first round. Okay. Okay, I could go with the Sooners. Or... you know what? Let's go with the Big 12 team. Let's use Arizona State. Hold on a sec. Still waiting? Man, no one's... well, not a lot of people are on this game anymore.
Wonder.
Oh, no way. We're happy this YouTube TV's back on, ESPN's back on YouTube TV. And that's good for, shout out to all the YouTube TV viewers. Finally watch college football on YouTube TV. Oh, my opponent is playing against my Gamecock. Wait, what? I forgot my mic was on.
The Sun Devils will kick this away to start us
Yep,
off.
it's true. It's true. Like, I've never been to a college football game, even though I like watching college football.
Doesn't bring the kick out. Touchback. They'll start at the 25. Starts with a quick pass to the left off the RPO. He's
brought down after a short gain. That's
oh, so he's going to do some RPO plays.
Well, anytime an offensive coordinator calls a wide receiver screen, he's trying to get offensive linemen out in front of the receiver to create a wall so that receiver can pick a lane to run through. How about the defense here, though? That's called team pursuit and swarming to the football. They didn't give him any lanes, so not much yards downfield for the receiver.
Looking to pass. It's Sellers.
Man, that's not even Nick Harbor.
It is hauled in. What a catch. Touchdown, South Carolina.
That's Jared Brown.
This guy can do it all. We've seen him go behind coverage and make plays
I would expect that from
downfield.
Nick
We can see
Harbor,
him
but
catch
not
the
Jared
ball
Brown.
underneath, just like this. And when he catches a football, he is so dangerous after the catch. This one leads him into the end zone for the 6 points.
Okay.
PAT makes it 7-0.
Just conceded a touchdown already.
Kickoff team out there. They are fired up after just scoring a touchdown. Fielded in the end zone. It's Brown. Tackle at the 14. Not very good field position.
All right, I got it. Got their fight song, just in case if I score a touchdown.
Looking out throwing here to start the drive. From the pocket, delivers over the middle.
No, I want Sam Levitt. I want Sam Levitt. Where is he? There he is. I want Sam Levitt.
The 25 as they try to get this drive going.
Quarterback sees that this defense is dropping way back in zone coverage, so he does the right thing. Gets it underneath to that drag route and picks up a first down.
The shotgun running play call. They stop him after a 6-yard gain, so 2nd and 4.
Great offenses are able to stay ahead of the chains, and runs like that on first down are exactly what I'm talking about. Now you have a lot that you can call here on this 2nd down.
Getting set. Here's 2nd down. Tailback with another carry. They tackle him right.
30 inches, man.
Well, they didn't
gotta get in there.
For a big play, but it makes this 3rd down coming up a little bit more manageable, and that certainly has a lot of value.
Solid gain in the running play. 3rd down now. Fakes the handoff here, looking to throw it. Can't hold on. Good defensive play.
Nah, we can get this first down now. Come on.
On your own side of the field, you're
We can
playing
get
a
it.
risky game here, 3rd and short. Your goal should just be keep this drive alive the best way you can sometimes. Just hand the ball off to your running back and have him get behind that offensive line and go to work. Curious to see what they do now here on this 4th and short.
Quarterback pre-snap adjustments now for this defense. 4th down. He's throwing for it.
Let's go. Got it.
The running back. Can he make the first down? And the Sun Devils pick up enough yards to move the sticks.
Boy, what a great job here by the quarterback, working through his progressions and staying patient. He didn't panic. He didn't get out of there. He knew that his back, if he could get the ball in his hands, had a chance to pick up the first down.
Okay, no gain,
That's exactly
no gain.
what he was able to do.
6th play of the drive coming up. Off play action, he's looking to throw. On the run, he'll let it go.
Ooh, that was stupid. That was stupid.
Complete, broken up by the defender nicely that time.
Some players just have a real knack for timing their jump, and that defender was able to get a big paw on the ball and bat it away.
Now from the 40, the offense faces a 3rd and long to keep this drive going. To the air, it's Levitt. Running out of time in the pocket. Oh, down he goes. It's a sack.
I talk a lot about defensive ends arguably being some of the best athletes on the field. Here's an example of a guy that's just too quick off the edge for the offensive line to be able to contain. He got in there in a heartbeat and came up with that sack.
He's brought down, but a good effort to make something of that return. And now the first play of this drive now from the 35. Off off the play fake on first down. Lets it go quickly. Catch made in space. Look out. Tackle made after a huge gain all the way to the 40. Completion good for first down yardage for this offense. Handoff from the shotgun. Catch made, but the defense gobbles him up for just a short gain.
Hey, it's a great job of this defense containing the running game. But if I'm calling the plays, I'm not abandoning the running game just yet. I think it's important to have some sense of balance. So throwing and running is essential. Stick with it.
Grab down the middle. It's Harbor. They stop him, but it's a first down.
This is what makes the RPO so difficult to defend if you have a quarterback who can read it. It's that old argument, which guy has the chalk last? Well, with a quarterback that can read it like that, the quarterback has the chalk last. He reads that they're up, makes the throw in the quick slant.
We would get really cooked on offense. Or my defense getting cooked.
The Gamecocks move into the red zone. It's a quarterback keeper. Tackled, but only after picking up a fresh set of downs.
Well, he keeps it on the option, and it's not always the big play. It's sometimes just getting the first down. He does a nice job of knowing where he needed to go. We got a new set of downs.
Defense is coming after him.
All right, finally, we get a sack. Get down to the ground.
Well, you got to do a better job with your fake as the quarterback. The defense did not bite at all on the play action, allowing them to continue to come after the quarterback and come up with that sack.
Dropping back, it's Sellers. Looks to his left and makes the completion. They tackle him at the 3, but that's a great gain in the pitch and catch.
This offense has become a first down machine, and that's so demoralizing for a defense, especially for those star players who don't sub out as much. By the fourth quarter, it really starts to wear you out.
Looking to the end zone, and he makes the catch. Touchdown, Gamecocks.
Man, that's his second touchdown today. This guy's winning every one-on-one matchup this defense provides. Great job by the quarterback putting the ball where his guy can make a play on it, and he's got 2 on the board.
Point after, knocked right through. So after putting up the touchdown, the kickoff team is out there to boot it away.
14, Arizona State, 0.
And he'll lead the kickoff right there. They'll start from the 25. Time for one more play here in the quarter. Looking for some space. It's Brown. And the defense able to bring him down to wrap up the first quarter of play. And it's South Carolina in the lead here. They jumped out to an early lead in that opening period. Let's take a quick look at the stats so far. And as we flip the field and begin quarter number 2, we'll see if they can continue to build this lead. Offense getting set for a second down here to begin the quarter. And the quarterback drops back looking for an open man. And he
catch the ball.
Can you believe it?
Oh, man, for him to be that wide open and drop it. Sometimes you just have too much time in your hands. You end up thinking way too much. Gets your hands a little shaky.
Offense facing a 3rd and long from the 28. Got to have your pass protection in order in this play.
Jordan Tyson.
He's got it with room to run. They move the ball to the 48 and earn a fresh set of downs.
Man, you just continue to see the chemistry between these two. And they told us yesterday in our production meeting, they spent hours and hours of working and developing that chemistry and that rhythm by throwing together throughout those summer months. And man, it's starting to really pay off. He's become his security blanket for the quarterback, and especially on 3rd down, get him the ball.
Important second down play coming up. Back to pass. It's Levitt. Looking to throw it deep.
Let's go, Jordan Tyson.
They're down 14-7 now. touchdown. Now the kickoff team out there to kick it away. Fields it just outside the goal line. And he's tackled at the 21. That's when the drive will start. And the Gamecocks offense is back out there on the field. They were able to punch it in the end zone last time, looking to do the same thing here to see if the defense can make adjustments. On 1st and 10, they'll look to throw it. Let's fly to the wide out.
That should have been intercepted.
Very nearly intercepted that time.
Pretty nice catch here, but a missed opportunity for an interception. Let's face it, a lot of these defenders, they've got it all. Speed, athleticism, but hands, sometimes a little questionable, as we saw here.
Looks like he's going to run it.
Fumble.
On the move, trying to scramble for the first down, comes up short.
Well, that's just being crafty right here by this quarterback. It's not there. You pick up what you can and stay ahead of the chains. And who knows, do this enough, they'll have to start spying on this quarterback, which could open up some passing lanes that weren't there before.
Across the 40. Breaks loose at the 45. They drag him down after a big gain. Ball moved all the way to
All right, we got to change things up.
Well, this is the risk of playing man-to-man coverage for the defense. You got to spy the quarterback to prevent him from picking up big yards like this. Good decision by the quarterback, and a good job of using those legs.
Pressure is coming. Quarterback on the move, trying to make something happen.
Well, the defense does a good job of pressuring the quarterback, but really impressed with the quarterback's effort. Not only does he pull out of that, but he's able to get back close to the line of scrimmage.
Oh, he's doing
the quarterback
no, he's not.
Takes off as a design run.
Oh, he's about to do a jet sweep.
To run up the middle.
The offense has had really good rhythm in this drive, running the ball, throwing the football. Seems like every play has been positive yards until that stop right there by the defense.
It's the 2-minute timeout. Nice to have a close game here as we approach the half. Offense been in reverse here. Now a long way to go to convert this third down. Looking to throw. It's Sellers. The sure hands. It's Harbor. They convert on third down and move the football to the 25.
Yeah, you know this defense has got to be frustrated after giving up multiple conversions now on first downs. There's another one. But for the offense, man, they're just playing very efficiently right now.
And the Gamecocks lining up here on 1st and 10. Here's the option play. And the tackle is made after a 4-yard gain, so 2nd and 6.
Boy, they go with the quarterback option here, and the play just didn't seem to feel like it had much of a chance. The execution just off. You got to either keep that or pitch it. He was a little bit hesitant and allowed the defense to get to him.
Incomplete.
Don't make the connection. That one is incomplete.
Good coverage.
I'm a big fan of the RPO, but it is a dangerous play for the quarterback. You got to make the right decision. On this play, it just seemed like he was a little hesitant, unsure, and it cost him here with an incompletion.
Makes a quick
He got it.
They make the tackle, but that's enough to set him up first down at the 15.
Man, Chris, everything seems to be clicking for this offense. And if they can keep this up through all 4 quarters, it could get really ugly by the 4th.
And there's the handoff. Oh, what a move.
Oh, my goodness.
Touchdown, South Carolina. He would not be stopped. Just powers through a tackle into the end zone. Guessing there's going to be a conversation in that defensive sideline now.
Yeah, but what a luxury for this offense to have a back that has the ability to make people miss and break tackles to get into the end zone. Sometimes you get down into the red zone area, you're worried about having to always throw the ball to get it into the end zone. But with this group, with a back like that, it's a whole different deal.
And they tack on the extra point. Kickoff team out there, they are fired up after just scoring a touchdown. Bringing it out, it's Moss. He's tackled at the 17, so it would have been better to leave it in the end zone for a touchback. So the first play of the drive here coming up, less than 2 minutes left on the clock. Try to catch the defense with the draw. Picks up the first, looking for more.
Hey, good run.
It's a solid gain, moves the ball out to the 28.
Yeah, let's run it again.
Quarterback here with his eyes downfield, selling the pass to open that play up. But man, offensive line, really good job of selling and then getting upfield to that second level to be able to pick up some key blocks.
And the run moves the ball over the 33.
It's exactly what you want to see as a play caller. You get positive yards to be able to kind of keep you on schedule as a play caller. That's all you can ask for. Good job up front and a nice run.
Scanning the field, it's Levitt. Quick throw to the left. Oh, he makes the catch. They make the stop, but not before he moves the football across midfield. First down, 48.
And here the tight end shows off his hands for a nice gain. Love to see the big man get his touches.
This line getting set up. It's a first down play. Quarterback drops back from the shotgun, looking for a receiver. Here's a throw underneath to the tight end. They bring down the receiver, but that's a nice gain on that play.
Well, that's the thing with this guy. You've got the ability to flex him out. He shows his versatility and what he can do from that slot position. He could be the quarterback safety blanket.
Oh, not a good idea. Not a good idea.
There's a loss after the completion. That's a good play by the defense.
The offensive line does everything they can to try to protect the quarterback, to give him enough time to find an open receiver. But there's nobody there downfield. He ends up throwing it to the back. But how about the speed of this defense? Now you're looking at a third down.
So a timeout is called. Just a few seconds left here in the first half. So the offense takes the field in the final seconds of the half. Chance for just a couple more plays. Contact as he threw it, and it falls incomplete with just 6 seconds.
60 yards.
Well, the defense picks the right time to get after this quarterback. Third down, critical down and distance. Do a good job of dialing things up and good coverage downfield. He didn't have anywhere to go with the ball.
So on fourth down, out comes the field goal unit trying to add 3 points here before halftime. This one will be a 60-yard attempt. Can he get it there?
Nope.
Oh, he missed
Not
it.
even close.
Off target that time. Still losing by 14 after the miss.
Well, that's going to go down as an empty possession for this offense. No points as he's off target. Now you can see he's hanging his head. Poor kicker.
One more play before they head to the locker room. To throw, it's Sellers. The pocket breaking down. And that falls incomplete as time runs out in the first half of play.
That's the end of the first half. With the score, South Carolina 21, Arizona State 7.
The Gamecocks will kick this away to start the second half. And it comes out to the 25. No return attempted there. And the Arizona State offense comes back out on the field. They need to get things going here in the third quarter, already trailing by a couple possessions. Makes the catch. It's Brown. Brought down after the nice spin move. Just a small gain by the offense.
And they get some positive yards here, but just from sitting up here looking down, Chris, you kind of have a sense that they wanted a little bit more on that play.
That completion makes it second and medium. Quarterback appears to be changing the play. Looking to pass here on second down. Snags the quick throw.
Jordan Tyson.
The 45.
All right, good run, good run.
After a huge play, moves the ball to the 35.
What a pitch and catch by the quarterback and receiver for a big gain for this offense.
First down and 10. From the shotgun, it's a handoff. Going absolutely nowhere. That would be a loss of the play.
Well, how about this defense? Just so physical against the run. These guys have not been able to do anything on the ground. It's because of that defensive line and those linebackers taking away the run game.
Running play goes backwards. Now the offense is set up at 2nd and 13. Back to pass. It's 11. Pass ball is incomplete. There was a lot of contact. No penalty. Brings up 3rd down.
Chris, I thought he had his hands on that football. I thought he was going to come down with it. But give the defense all the credit with a big hit to knock that ball loose.
Now in 3rd and very long, looking to throw. He's going to take off here.
Well, this is why this guy's looked at as one of the top dual-threat quarterbacks in the country. He can throw it, he can spin it downfield, but also he's a threat to be able to take off and go just like this. Puts so much pressure on this defense.
The pass ball's incomplete. A big
man,
for this defense.
I really thought that this was going to work out, showing an aggressive approach here, going for it on 4th down. Looked to be there, they just weren't able to complete it.
And the ball is handed off out of the shotgun. The gain moves the ball to the 34.
Setting the tone early with good runs like this can really wear defense down and keep the defense guessing. That's why some of the best coaches of all time have primarily done it with great run games.
Out of the shotgun, he hands it off. And the Gamecocks pick up enough to get a 1st down there.
Well, good push up front here in this back. I tell you, he's got some outstanding vision to be able to find those creases, to be able to get positive yards, and here he gets the 1st down.
Here comes a 1st down pass attempt. Here's the throw deep downfield. And this is dropped. Would have been a huge gain, but he could not collect it.
Now the defense better be aggressive here themselves. Clearly we're seeing an approach by this offense that they're going to attack downfield. Probably saw something in the first half that they could take advantage of. They come out early and try to hit it for a big one.
Run it up the middle, but stuff for no gain.
Third down.
Absolutely blown up in no time.
Chris, I don't know if that's a misassignment by the offensive lineman or just really good instincts there by the defender, but that play is
lock, absolute lock.
Right at the snap.
You know he's going to go for it and get the 1st down.
Defensive tackling in space, they are going to keep him short.
I already
of the
know
first
what
down
happened.
marker,
What's
and a
going to
big
happen?
decision for this head coach on whether or not to
Go for it,
or
and he
punt
gets
away.
the 1st down. And he's going to get the 1st down.
On the field. The coach is going to go for it on 4th and 2 in his own territory. Back to throw. It's Sellers. Taking a deep shot here to the right. Makes the catch, and that is enough for a 1st down. And it's a long-distance house call. Touchdown, Gamecocks.
Well, I love to watch this offense. It's one thing to study the film, but to watch these guys in person, you saw it in the first half, seemed to score in every possession. And here they are coming out to start the 2nd half with another touchdown.
Convert the PAT, so the lead is now 21. So after putting up a touchdown, the kickoff team is out there to boot it away.
Arizona State, 7.
Fielded in the end zone. It's Moss.
Now I switched to. I did not want to switch to the quarterback.
Play, but a touchback would have been a better idea. Offense out there for the first play of this drive from the 18. Looking to throw it on 1st down. Looking to scramble. Pressured and dropped back at the 8-yard line.
Well, that takes the wind right out of your sails. This offense is trying to find a way to get back into this game, and another pressure and a sack against their quarterback.
From their own 8-yard line now, it's 2nd and long. Looking for a man. And it's incomplete. The defensive pressure affected his throw that time.
When this quarterback's trying to do everything he can to give this play a chance, he gets out of the pressure off to his right. But man, did he take a hit and wasn't able to complete this pass.
Oh, he dropped it. Can you believe it? A huge game slips through his hands.
And I was hoping he'd be able to hold on to that football. That would have been a big play there on 3rd down. Now, big decision coming up here on 4th.
He'll field it close to midfield. And the returner is tackled by this punt coverage team. And the South Carolina offense is back out on the field. The last drive, the passing game, very effective. Moved them right down the field. The defense make adjustments, finding enough space for a solid game before they stop.
What a great job to be able to establish some rhythm to an offense. When you can run the football like this, it just opens up the playbook. You can continue to run. You can go to play action. You really keep the defense on their heels when you can run the ball like this. Nice play.
To throw, it's Sellers. Grab near the sticks. It's Harbor. They finally get him down, but it's a chunk play through the air. And it's South Carolina in the lead here. So after 3 quarters of play, it's a pretty solid lead. Let's take a look at our game stats, how we got here.
All right, if he scores again, I'm out.
It's going to take a lot to turn this game around, but strange things do happen in college football. So here we go, first play of the quarter. The offense has a 1st down. They're going to run the option. He'll toss it to the back. Tackled behind the line. It's a loss of 2.
That's how you defend the option. Take the quarterback away and then use your speed to bring the pitch back down.
Running play goes backwards. Now the offense is set up at 2nd and 13. Over the middle, it's Smith. Tackled quickly after the catch. He'll be short of the marker. They convert here on 3rd down in the red zone. This is a 4-point type of play, touchdown or field goal. Bringing pressure. Muscle out of bounds, close to the end zone.
Well, this is what this quarterback can do. You got all the receivers and the backs locked up and covered, and he just slips out and takes it all the way inside the 10-yard line. Great recognition on this one, and this defense is going to...
And it's caught! Touchdown, South Carolina! And they connect again. That's just been an unstoppable pitch-and-catch combination all game.
This receiver's been making this defense look silly, Chris, the entire game. He has multiple touchdowns so far.
All right, actually, if I can't score on this drive, then I'm out.
Flat out hasn't worked.
South Carolina, 35. Arizona State, 7.
Bringing it out, it's Moss. And they stop him at the 23. That's solid coverage.
And your Arizona State Sun Devils.
Back comes the Arizona State offense onto the field. Last time was a quick 3 and out. Can they get a drive going this time? Looking downfield, it's Levitt. Gets rid of it on the move. Quarterback looks to his right and finds his man. He'll be taken down, but he does have 1st down yardage.
Finally, good for them. They come up with a big play like this. Let's face it, offense has been at a premium for these guys. You wonder where plays like this have been all game long.
The pass is caught. They finally make the stop right near midfield. A 1st down.
I think the defense got fooled here. They thought that receiver was going to go deep downfield. He ends up curling back to the inside for a nice gain.
Great start to the drive. Back-to-back explosive plays, and now another 1st down. 1st down, looking to throw the ball. Makes the grab. It's Brown. They bring him down, but that gain moves the ball all the way to the 31.
Should have been doing this all game.
Makes a nice catch and gets the 1st down in the process.
The Sun Devils come to the line to start a fresh set of downs. 1st down, looking to throw the football. Fires it to the wideout. Finds a receiver in the middle of the field. It's a great tackle to spot the ball at the 11 and a red zone opportunity now.
Anytime you have a chance to get this wide receiver isolated, to get the ball in his hands, you do it.
And the Sun Devils are going to cash in here in the red zone. On 1st and 10, looking to throw. Makes the grab, a chance to score.
All right, finally.
ASU. Great connection there for 6 points. And now they'll set up for the point after.
Well, at least I scored 2 touchdowns.
PAT is good. They cut into the lead. It's 35-14. Got momentum after scoring that touchdown. Now the kickoff team out there to kick it away. And he'll lead the kickoff right there. They'll start from the 25. Gamecocks offense is back out there on the field. This group has been clicking. They really built momentum, and the defense make adjustments. Come up with a stop here. He breaks free. A gain of 2 yards. Now it's 2nd down and 8.
Well, we got a smart offensive coordinator on our hands today, Chris. Great job of just keep feeding this running back, keep it on the ground, working with the lead in the 4th quarter, force them to use all their timeouts, and just keep working that clock.
It's the 2-minute timeout as the offense continues.
You know what? I'll just get out of this game. Yeah, there was just no way I'm winning that game anyways.
Vardanyan.
All right, let's play some Vols. All right, I guess this is the closest thing to orange, I guess.
Field and the Tennessee Volunteers. As we'll see the number 5 team in the
playing against some dogs.
Taking on the 20th ranked team in the land, the Tennessee Volunteers. For EA Sports College Football, Chris Fowler, joined as always by Kirk Hermstreet. Kirk, let's get right to the action.
Like that.
The Vols will kick this away to get us going. Tries this from inside the 5. The coverage team brings him down at the 26.
Georgia offense will take over 1st and 10.
All right, man. Come on, let's go. All right. All right, let's see if we can play better. I didn't mean to show blitz. Go back, go back.
They'll try the ground game here with the running back. Breaks loose at the 40.
Okay, already a terrible start. And now he's about to take it to the house.
No stopping him on that run. Touchdown, Georgia.
Chris, you talk about an unbelievable way to start this game off. First play of the game, and we got a touchdown.
And the PAT makes it 7-0. Kickoff team out there, they are fired up after just scoring a touchdown.
Georgia 7, Tennessee 0.
And it comes out to the 25. No return attempted there.
I am so terrible at defense, man.
Using his legs, it's Thomas. That's a nice wrap up there by the junior.
See, that's how you limit what an offense wants to do. This time, the defense just won the battle up front at the line of scrimmage, not giving up any big plays. Everybody's gap sound, and it's really solid defense on that play.
Looking to throw. It's Aguilar. Downfield shot falls incomplete. Couldn't quite connect there.
Well, the offense coordinator with the right call, trying to take a shot there, but just poor execution. They couldn't come up with a big play. Let's see if the coach tries it again later, or maybe in the second half.
Complete to the running back. Can he get first down yardage?
Well, I don't mind the quarterback making this throw. He found the open receiver. Really would have loved to seen a little bit more effort by this wide receiver to get to that first down marker. Instead, we got a 4th down decision.
They'll kick it away here. No fair catch. He feels the punt. Oh, and he's got a crease here. Look out. And he's going to finally head out of bounds. You talk about flipping the field and setting up his offense in tremendous field position. And the Bulldogs offense is back out on the field. The last possession was a one-play touchdown drive on the ground. See if the offensive line can continue to create some big lanes.
Dude, again?
End zone ahead. Refusing to be brought down. Touchdown, Dogs.
Now we just can't stop the run.
I kind of see a theme here, Chris, today. That's his 2nd touchdown. The offensive line doing their job, and he's doing an outstanding job of just reading the defense, finding the hole, and being able to pick up big yards and touchdowns.
With the extra point, the lead is 14.
That makes the score Georgia 14.
So after putting up the touchdown, the kickoff team is out there to boot it away.
Number 91, set to kick off.
Fielded in the end zone. It's Lewis. Makes it to the 16. That's good coverage there. And the Volunteers' high-tempo offense is back out on the field. This group is coming off a quick 3-and-out. Can they put something together in this drive? Catch made down the left side, an explosive play. They get him down, but that's a nice play. Moves the ball to the 33. High completion, good for a first down. The offense working with a new set of downs here. And here's the handoff. Minimal gain brought down short of the marker. And Kirk, all these players aware, if you can make your mark, if you can make a special moment, this kind of rivalry game, that should just remembered forever.
Chris, that's so true. I mean, I played in the Ohio State-Michigan rivalry, and unfortunately, Desmond Howard had his moment where he returned the punt. We're still talking about the pros. So it's a huge opportunity for these players. But I also think the players that press, the players that try to make plays, that try to have that moment, I think that can backfire. I think you have to let the game come to you, control those emotions, and find out if you can just go out there and eventually have that moment.
Overthrew it.
He's brought down quickly, but that takeaway is a huge play for this defense.
Chris, he's trying to find something. Nothing is
Hey,
there.
bro, I hate
Everything
to
is
bother
covered
you.
downfield. He's rolling to his right. Eyes are
my wallet
downfield. But the one thing he doesn't see is that defender who steps in front of that to make
Wait,
that
what?
interception.
Hey, bro, I hate to bother you on stream,
Chris, it's the
but did I
consistency in his
leave
back
my
is
wallet
giving this
on your
defense
nightstand?
fits. They've got to come up with some changes up front.
What?
This guy's already over 50 yards, and if he keeps running the way he is, not only is he having a great day, but it's going to give this quarterback a chance to hit some big plays downfield off play action.
Second down play coming up.
I don't know. I can't. How can you leave your wallet
Here's the handoff.
on the nightstand? On my nightstand.
But his defense just hasn't had many answers for this running back. Guy's already over 100 yards on the afternoon, but give him credit there. He made a nice play in the backfield.
So now it's 3rd and short from the 43. Can they keep the drive going or perhaps face a tough 4th down decision? And he heads out of bounds after a nice pickup on the run.
This is a deflating play for this defense on 3rd and short. Good coverage. They take away all the short routes, but the one person who wasn't accounted for is the quarterback, and he uses his legs to pick it up.
Georgia setting up for the 1st and 10 now. Gonna run it. It's Frazier.
No, not again.
Just a short game.
Not having that crazy
Hey,
one.
listen, you don't always have
No.
to have big plays to be successful.
No-
It's a
no
nice,
crazy
solid
runs.
gain here keeps you on schedule, and you get ready
No
for that
more.
next play.
Second
I didn't
down
mean to
after
do
that
that.
on the previous play. Shotgun, he'll hand it off.
Yeah, I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to change the camera.
Chris, textbook job by the defense surrounding the runner and preventing that play from being bounced to the outside.
Offense breaks a huddle and gets set. It's third down. To throw, it's Stockton. Caught near the sticks. It's Frazier. That's enough to move the sticks. First down now from the 23.
Chris, sometimes the quarterback's just trying to find the open guy and get him the ball. It's exactly what he's able to do here. Found a way to pick up the first down.
And this one goes nowhere. Lucky to get back to the line of scrimmage.
That back just had nowhere to go. Got to give credit to the defense and their run fits on that play.
Offense lines up. This is the 7th play now on this drive. Quarterback looking to pass here on second down. Catch made on the out route.
And there's the tight end who shows off his hands.
Offense comes up to the line. They might have a chance for a couple more plays before the quarter expires. Looking for the wide out. Grab down the middle. It's Thomas. That's a nice gain to move the sticks here as time runs
Dude,
out.
I just been horrible today.
Well, Kirk, it's Georgia on top so far. Solid performance so far, creating some separation. Here's the first quarter stats.
Like, what is going on?
Here we go, an exciting start to the quarter as the offense sets up with a 1st and goal. On the ground, trying to muscle it across the line. And he busts into the end zone. Touchdown, Bulldogs.
And it's just a thing of beauty to watch this offense. That's this guy's 3rd touchdown. But give the offensive line a lot of credit. They're getting enough of a push to give him some room to show you what he can do with that space.
Georgia 21, Tennessee 0.
Bringing it out, it's Bishop. Nobody can.
No way. He broke through all those tackles.
On the move.
What?
And they catch him. Touchdown, Balls.
Okay, that's just what we needed. Finally, something.
Well, he thought about coming out, but instead takes a knee and will bring the football to the 25-yard line.
Man, you can just play defense. Just get a couple of stops.
The Georgia offense is back out.
Take care of the ball on offense.
Take the field
We'll be fine.
Momentum. They have been tough to stop so far. Can they keep it going?
And this is why we're losing. We just cannot stop the run.
Inside the 20. Touchdown, Georgia. Too much speed for the defense.
Wait, Chris, 1, 2, 3. This is his 4th rushing touchdown in this game alone. This guy has a chance to not only be player of the game, maybe player of the week in the whole sport.
Automatic on the PAT. Kickoff team out there. They are fired up after just scoring a touchdown. Fielded in the end zone. It's Bishop. Solid job by the coverage team. They bring him down at the 16. Offense trots out onto the field, hoping to start a drive here. That's the wide receiver coming in motion now. On first down, it's play action. Looking for his big tight end. Makes the catch downfield. And he's brought down, but it's a first down spotted near the 41.
Nice play action call here by this offensive coordinator. You know, you can freeze those linebackers just for a split second. Usually that's going to give you enough room to be able to get that tight end behind them. And if the quarterback can make a nice tight throw like this.
Oh, they trap him for a sack.
Boy, what an incredible push by this defensive line. And if you're going to survive in the SEC, the teams that really separate themselves are the teams that have great defensive linemen, especially in the interior. And Georgia has had an incredible legacy over the years, and it's nice to see that this player right here is trying to live up to that.
They finally get him down, but a big play to the 46. The Volunteers begin a new series here, 1st and 10. He'll hand it off. The junior able to bring him down quickly.
Nice solid run here by this back. Did a nice job of just kind of finding that lane, pick up some positive yards there on 1st and 10.
Looking to pass. It's Aguilar. Oh, the pass rush gets home.
Boy, when you're trailing like this early in a game, it makes it very easy on the defense. All they're going to do is have a straight line at the quarterback, knowing he's back there trying to throw the football, trying to play catch-up. It's not going to be the last time we're going to see this quarterback on his back.
The defense stops him short of the marker, so it's 4th down coming up. Looking to throw here. Quick throw to his receiver, but it's incomplete. A 4th down stop. Turnover on downs.
This is the chance you take.
No way he's going to score another one.
You go for it here. You draw it up perfectly.
No way.
You think this is the right play, and then the execution is not there. So the defense catches a break, and they get the ball back to their own offense.
It's a short game, but look at that defense swarm to the football. We reached the 2-minute timeout of what's been a lopsided game so far. We'll see if the offense can stretch the lead more before halftime. Now it's 2nd down here. Throwing off play action. Moves out of the pocket. It's incomplete. He was hit as he threw that time. And now 3rd down coming up. See if the offense can move the chains off that incompletion. And they'll run it out of the shotgun. And he'll maybe get
not
back to the
again.
line of scrimmage,
Not
but
again.
no more than that.
Please, not
The
again.
Bulldogs will come to the line looking to convert on 4th down. On 4th down, they'll try and run for it. Breaking
Not
free
again.
to the 35.
Not again.
He's free down the left side. Can they run him down? And he takes it all the way to the end zone. Touchdown, Dogs.
Well, this is what this running back brings to the table for this offense. He's always one touch away from a huge play. And here he gets the ball, gets some space, and from there, no one's going to catch him on his way to the end zone.
35, Tennessee, 7.
Bringing it out. It's Lewis. Solid coverage there. They get him at the 15. That's where the offense will take over. So here we go. First play of the drive. Under 2 minutes before halftime. Off the play fake. Looking to throw. On the move now. He gets loose. Breaks into the clear. Tackled at the 40. That'll earn a fresh set of downs.
Man, it is fun to watch this guy get out in the open field. I didn't realize he could run like this. That's a big gain for this offense.
Game moves the ball to the 40. It'll be first down. To the air. It's Aguilar. Quick throw, testing the middle. Oh, it's incomplete. It was right in his hands, and he dropped it.
Well, Chris, as you know, anymore in college football, these tight ends are essentially wide receivers. They move them all over the place and try to find a good matchup. And
the ball is picked off.
Yep, I'm done. That's probably my worst performance ever. Yeah, couldn't stop the run. Throwing interceptions. Absolutely embarrassed. All right, man. It's 1:30 in the morning. I'm just gonna go and end this. And I should be back tomorrow. Yeah. Obviously, I'll be back tomorrow for UFC 322. Islam versus JDM. I'm excited to watch that. Thank you for watching. Well, yeah, thank you for anyone who tapped in the stream. I don't care if it was like 10 seconds or a minute or whatever. Thank you for tapping in. And what else do I have to say? And have a good night.